Sort of Coming Chapter 872. Mengliang Country. The Sea of Clouds in Yunsha Mountain is the most prestigious scenery of Xianjia in Aquarius Island. Especially when the Sea of Clouds is illuminated by sunlight, it is not just golden, but aura rises, and the colorful colors are so gorgeous that it is praised by Qi practitioners. Stunner in the sky. Otherwise, it will not be able to be included in the best-selling book of Jiazi's Mountains and Seas, and those unpredictable clouds and mists, at certain moments, with a little real spirit, transformed into the ancestors of the past dynasties, the disciples of Yunsha Mountain. As long as they are destined, they can follow words. Ask the patriarchs for advice on this method. Chen Pingan stood on the Sea of Clouds, looking at the distant capital of Mengliang Country, turning the country's vitality into a panoramic view. There used to be a small wine shop in Daoxian Mountain. It was a broken yellow beam. It means that after drinking wine, you can get a dream of yellow beams. I just don't know that it has nothing to do with this dream country. Retracted his gaze and looked at a low mountain that was not over the top of the mountain by the Sea of Clouds. Yunsha Mountain has a total of 16 peaks so far, and the female ancestor Kai Jinjian of the Green Cypress Peaks is sitting on a futon today, with purple smoke curling from the incense burner, holding an old bamboo and wood rui in her hand. She is giving classes as usual. Towards the end, she began to explain the characters for those juniors from the sect, and she was solving a fate character at the moment. According to Kai Jinjian's understanding, life is the word. Can be dismantled into humans, one knock. Therefore, people will cultivate Taoism as soon as they tap a pass. Cultivating the Tao and asking the heart, life is at stake, life and death. If a monk cannot be tired of foreign objects and corpses, he will see the Luo Tian when he opens his eyes. In the 16 peaks, including the Yunsha Mountain Zhu Mountain, all the ancestors who are qualified to open the peaks will follow the ancestral rules and open the preaching on time. It can't be said that there is no view of the door. Of course, some key practice tricks will also be private. If it is not the original line, it is secret, but compared to the general Xian family sect, it has been considered very enlightened. Some ancestors speak well, but unfortunately they are boring. Some ancestors are interesting in speech, but they are often eloquent and digress. They often talk about landscape anecdotes and fairy anecdotes within an hour, but there are not many anyway. Speaking of the idea, the disciples of Biefeng listened happily, but there are many difficulties in practice: how to be ignorant before entering the class, and how to get confused after going out. And Kai Jinjian's Green Jade Peak is overcrowded every time she preaches, because Kai Jinjian's lecture not only talks about the leisurely and interesting things like this kind of literary explanation, but also because she has detailed explanations and understandings of the practice barriers, and has no selfishness. Kai Feng, the master of preaching, has something to say, and the density is proper, and he is ashamed of it. In fact, what Kai Jinjian really made the old monk Zhu Feng feel inferior was her preaching and teaching karma. She regarded the disciples of Wei Feng as the direct inheritance of the original line. It seems that as long as it is the disciple of Yunsha Mountain, even if it is not the outer door of the ancient teacher. Disciple, Kai Jinjian still treats everyone equally, and doesn't mind the spread of the original vein technique of green juniper. A good green hill and green cypress, Donsha dense fog, surrounded by the fairy house. The hostess of this mountain is refreshing and energetic, with the wind under the woods, and she is so celestial. In fact, it was not a small accident that Kai Jinjian chose to build a mansion on the Green Juniper Peak, because this peak has been left out in Yunsha Mountain for many years. It is not surprising whether it is the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, or the scenery of the mountains and waters. It is not that there is no better mountain for her to choose. But Kai Jinjian selected this peak alone. Chen Pingan's vision shifted slightly. On the top of a mountain like an island on the sea, there was a young Jindan Dixian sitting on a white jade railing, as if he was borrowing wine to soothe his sorrows. Relying on the robe on the opponent, he recognized him as Huang Zhonghe, who cultivated Yunfeng in Yunxia Mountain. Before they formed their own alchemy, Huang Zhonghe and Kai Jinjian were once recognized as golden boys and jade girls, and they most hoped to become a pair of gods and Taoists in Yunxia Mountain. The robe on his body is a treasure of Jinshan that has been passed down for a long time, named Xiaowan. Chen Pingan's imperial wind fell on the top of Gingyun Peak. Huang Zhonghe turned a blind eye to this, and he was too lazy to pursue the impolite behavior of a foreigner who did not go to the mountain gate. The young fairy just drank on his own, but no longer looked at Zhu Shan infatually. Xianjia Mansion. Chen Pingan sat on the railing and took out a pot of wui wine. Huang Zhonghe turned his head and glanced at the flask in his hand, shook his head and said, "This wine is not good." Huang Zhonghe twisted his wrist, and there was an extra pot of Yongxiashan Chuankuan wine, which he threw to the uninvited guest who did not know. "Drink mine." Chen Pingan took the hip flask, thanked him, lifted the mud seal, and drank a big sip of wine with his head up. Heaven and earth, a wine urn, are all drunk folks. Huang Zhonghao's self-registration number, Gung Yunfeng, Huang Zhonghe. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Luopashan, Chen Pingan." Huang Zhonghe almost squirted out a sip of wine, raised the back of his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, turned his head and looked at the man, looking from left to right. Nothing was right. He was not the young sword fairy from the fallen mountain, but he was dressed in costume, and he was pretty good at drawing a gourd. "Make do," Huang Zhonghe said with a smile. "Friends of Taoism are not authentic, and I was blinded by this pot of good wine. After drinking the wine, I'll get out." Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "I was more curious, when I went to the Lizhu cave to look for opportunities, why is Fairy Kai instead of the better qualified Huang brother?" Yunxia Mountain Chi practitioner, the root of monasticism is to subdue the heart ape and tether the immortal horse. At the beginning, Kai Jinjian traveled through the Lizhu cave, seeking magic weapons and other external objects, but also seeking a chance for the fairy family. It's a pity that Kai Jinjian at that time didn't even seem to figure out what the heart is. In Chen Pingan's view, even if the young land immortal with excellent Jin Dan weather is in love, Huang Zhonghe is more suitable to go down the mountain to try his luck than Kai Jinjian in those days. Huang Zhonghe held the hip flask in both hands and twitched the corner of his mouth. This fellow Taoist, pretending to be a sword immortal and still pretending to be addicted. "Drink quickly, or I'm going to drive people. Drink one pot and spit 2 pots. The contemporary mountain owner of Yunxia Mountain is a female ancestor who does not like to show her face. In addition, 2 ancestors who are really in charge of things, one is in charge of the laws of the mountain gate, and the other is in charge of the treasure house of money. Kai Jinjian's teacher is the one who is in charge of the money, and Huang Zhonghao's preacher is the Yunxia Mountain. The former has spared no effort in the cultivation of Kai Jinjian. It is simply a desperate bet. At the beginning, Yunxia Mountain collected a bag of gold and copper coins and went to Lizhu Cave to find opportunities. There was a big noisy argument, and the better qualified. Huang Zhonghe was obviously a more suitable candidate, but Huang Zhonghe himself was not interested in it, so he persuaded Master to forget it. But when he got outside the mountain, Huang Zhonghe was another face when he was dealing with people. When Kai Jinjian was empty-handed, during the 2 years when she returned to the mountain gate, for some reason, it seemed that her Taoism was severely damaged. She practiced the magical powers of the gate and was in a state of being absent-minded and half-dead about everything. The preaching teacher who had troubled her was so blinded at the Patriarch Hall, and every time she discussed matters, she had to be full with breezy words. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for Kai Jinjian to suddenly open up his mind. He learned by analogy and climbed up to the heights. The power was like a broken bamboo. First, he closed the door and closed the golden core. After that, even some of the Yunxia Mountain ancestors were helpless in practice. So that Yunsha Mountain counts Tao Patriarch's superior skills to be able to complete a lot. Kai Jinjian's preaching mentor immediately raised his eyebrows. One time when the mentor and disciple talked, the old man revealed his secret, saying that he had chosen her as the protagonist at a glance, and he had helped her calculate a hexagram, signed it, and got a horoscope, broken. Standing thereafter, like a divine help. After hearing this, Kai Jinjian just smiled and said nothing. Of course Huang Zhonghe didn't mention a word about these secrets of his own. He likes to drink, but he wouldn't be so close to an outsider after drinking such a little bit of wine. I never thought that the green-shirt foreigner laughed and said, "Spit out 2 pots and drink 2 pots. If you treat guests like this, you will be very polite and then behave." Huang Zhonghe was surprised, because I heard Kai Jinjian once said that the young people on the side of Lizhu Cave are simple and subtle, and they can talk more than one. The man next to him is a bit interesting to talk. Is it true that he is a young man from that small town? Chen Pingon glanced at the summit of the ancestor Shandan, and changed the subject. It seems that even if Fairy Kai is among the Yuaning, he will help Yunsha Mountain invisibly gather a group of people and luck, but the luck of the mountain gate is still leaking. 30 years have passed, and you still haven't been able to find a treasure of Jinshan that can bring you luck. If you continue to consume it like this, be careful to fall into the fate of a golden jade. A Yunsha Mountain, 10,000 hills and thousands of rocks, a pale mountain home. Cloth robe and straw sandals, the dwelling is true and refreshing, leisurely watching the flowing water and falling flowers. The root of Shanmen Taoism is to train Qi practitioners to enter the realm of refreshing mind and body, seek a cloud and lock the fog, understand clearly, and cultivate cloud and water emotions. In the end, the 3 mountains are my home. Huang Zhonghe raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. This guy has a good tone. At that time, the Dali dynasty selected a group of earth immortals to ascend to the platform. Kai Jinjian of Yunsha Mountain happened to be on the list, and her performance was quite unexpected. Originally, several ancestors of her family were not optimistic about her. They thought Kai Jinjian could be among the golden cores. It was surprising enough to open the peak in Yunsha Mountain. I think she will be able to become the nascent soul in this life. Unexpectedly, Kai Jinjian was once again impressive, supporting it to the end. She caught a glimpse of the heavenly gate. You must know that even among the talented monks, all of them are considered to be the most top-notch cultivating embryos in Aquarius Island, such as Xiao Ling of Longquan Jianzong, Lu Baqiao of Fenglei Garden. At that time it was Sui right side of Zhenjingzong monk. Yunlin Jiang's Jiang Yun, etc., picked up a genius, which was not a genius that Kai Jinjian could match. Afterwards, it was proved that these proud sons of the sky did live up to the expectations and ranked among the 10 young people or 10 alternates in Aquarius. According to the rules of the Ancestor Hall of Yunsha Mountain, in addition to being able to reach the peak, you can also raise a generation on the top of the landscape genealogy. If you go further, you are lucky enough to become the Yuanying old god, then you will be a higher generation. As for the master-disciple inheritance that originally belonged to the Dao vein, it is calculated separately. So when Kai Jinjian returned to the teacher's gate, he replaced the previous seat in the Golden Core realm at the Patriarch Hall and became the youngest female patriarch in the history of Yunsha Mountain. Kai Zushi in the mountains, Kai Xianzi outside the mountains, it is recognized that 2 steps to heaven. Kai Jinjian withdrew from the ascent platform that year, and was alone in Huaihuang County, and walked outside an empty old school. The imperial examination has a saying of the same year, because a large group of Earth immortals once boarded the ascending platform together, and in a small area, they fell in love with each other, and they had a mountain incense similar to the same year. For example, a pair of young Jianxiu from the True Realms sect, Suiyu and Nianzhou, the pair of seniors and younger brothers, originally had a relationship that could not be achieved by the 2 sides. After that, they had some contacts with Kai Jinjian and Yangxiashin. The real names are Wei Gusu and Wei Zayanyas, two sword repairmen, and they are also the direct disciples of the current lord of Tonghizhao Yuguizang and the great sword immortal Wei Ying. That is a big figure who is qualified to participate in the discussion of the Confucian temple. Climbing and practicing together, it's such a slow step, and people are more popular than others. Fortunately, Huang Zhongho didn't think about comparing it to Kai Jinjian. Chen Pingon handed over a pot of wui wine. No matter how common the taste is, it's still a drink. Huang Zhongho slapped the pot of wine back, shook his head and smiled. The heart is unpredictable. You dare to drink my wine, I dare not drink yours. Why, your kid is fond of our fairy Kai, who came here especially. Don't worry, I'm not a rival in love with you. But to tell the truth, you, Daoist, your Longmen realm cultivation base, I guess Kai Jinjian's parents simply look down on it. Of course, if you can make Kai Jinjian fall in love with you at first sight, it doesn't matter. Kai Jinjian, who entered the Green Mountain Peak, was a typical immortal Taoist couple on the mountain. Her parents were both cultivators, so she was born half a mountain person. It's just that her parents are not high in realm, one is Longmen realm, and the other is Sevuing realm. At the ancestral hall, only the father has a seat. Therefore, Kai Jinjian is very awkward every time she discusses matters, because her father's seat is close to the door, and her daughter, now in position next to the mountain lord and master, is already tied with the master. In fact, there are only two top-notch things that matter most to Yunxia Mountain today. The first one, of course, is to remove the suffix of the alternate sect, and go to Dali capital and the accompanying capital. Walk around, among them, the King Songmu, who is still very talkative, will take the time to attend every time, and it can be said that he is not close to Yunxia Mountain. The second case is about Kai Jinjian's Taoist couple. Not only Kai Jinjian's master, but even the mountain owner went out in person several times and flanked with Kai Jinjian. It's not easy to directly ask unintentional people, so he whispered around and talked about Aquarius Island, who is similar in age and has good aptitude. It's a pity that Kai Jinjian always avoid the important thing every time and just bypass the topic, or just say a word. Marriage can only be reckless, and cannot be forced. Chen Pingon put the pot of wine back into his sleeve, laughed blankly, and waved his hand. Brother Huang thinks too much. After drinking a pot of Yunxia Mountain secret brewing Chuankuan wine, Chen Pingon said, since I dare to like it, why dare not to say it? With Brother Huang's cultivating aptitude, his heart is a bond of love. As long as this test is passed, he will become an infant. It's not difficult. The relationship is just a breakthrough. Huang Zhongho laughed angrily. You know what a fart. Fellow Daoist really considers himself an old in the upper five realms. Seeing the green shirt guest, he was about to get up and leave. Huang Zhongho said, where are you going? Just a reminder, Yunxia Mountain is not on the other side of the mountain. Unlike my unruly farming Yunfeng, there is no such thing as a mountain gate restriction. It's easy to suffer. Chen Pingon smiled and said, of course, I went to Lwui Peak to talk to Fairy Kai. Huang Zhongho couldn't help being handsome. He was still a guy who didn't dare to say but dared to do it. He waved his hand. Going to the Green Juniper Peak is not a big problem. Kai Jinjian went down the mountain at first, but after returning to the mountain, it changed a lot. People have to look at it with admiration. It's definitely not a problem to be a mountain owner, right, Luopa Mountain Master Chin? Chen Pingon stood on the railing, with a little toe, swept forward, turned his head and smiled. I think Brother Huang, who has been in love, may be more suitable to be the lord of the mountain. Huang Zhongho smiled and put it down. This not-skinned Taoist friend seems good to be a drinker. If there is no nonsense on the wine table, no matter how good the drink is, it will not taste good. It's really going to be too high. Maybe Huang Zhongho is going to compete with that fellow Taoist to become the master of Qin Shan. After all, Huang Zhonghe had long admired the young sword fairy who was born in poverty in the Luopa mountain, and he only hated that he could not meet and drink. Different from Kai Jinjian, Huang Zhonghe was born in the market like that Qin Shanju, and he was only a young man who only practiced mountaineering. The only difference was that the latter was romantic and infatuated. So Huang Zhonghe opened another pot of Chuankuan wine, and from his sleeve he drew out a book of landscape travel notes of constant adventures, and brought it to drink and dishes, which tasted great. I will be fortunate to see Qin Pingan in the future, and I must humbly ask him for advice on how to get along with a woman in order to be decent, so that everything is silent. On the Lopcha Peak, most of the monks on Yunxia Mountain have dispersed, leaving only a few disciples from other peaks, and there are some problems that need to be asked face-to-face with Master Kai. Waiting for the last outer disciple to leave respectfully, Kai Jinjian looked up and found that there was still someone left, and smiled and asked, "But you have any doubts to ask?" I was a little bit impressed. It seemed that someone came here halfway to listen to the class. Without a place, I was sitting on the ground over the pillar. It's just a face of life. I have never seen it before. Most of it is a new disciple of a certain peak in Yunxia Mountain. As one of the few candidates for the sect on a continent, coupled with the close relationship between Yunxia Mountain and the Dai dynasty, there are many people who visit immortals, apprentices, learn skills and seek Taoism, like Christian Karp who crossed the river, so that the ancestral hall complained. It's not over and over, and I'm most afraid that those old immortal teachers who are somewhat familiar and have a mediocre relationship will force some children to Yunxiashin, refuse to accept it, and will be hurt, but if it is really accepted, Yunxiashin can never perfuse. It's up. In the end, Kai Jinjian made a suggestion to solve this big problem. Let an old-fashioned monk in the Dragon Gate realm who only knows how to practice cultivating and is not very good at life, to be responsible for welcoming the guests who are sent to and from him, and at the same time in charge of the selection and inclusion of the outer disciples. The man smiled and said, "Fairy Kai, goodbye to the alley. I haven't seen him for many years." Cai Jinjian gripped the Ganoderma lucidum in one hand, awe-inspiring, and squinted his eyes. Who? Wait until she saw a figure that seemed as if the clouds and mist had dispersed to show the true face. Kai Jinjian had a complicated expression, sighed in her heart, held the woodlingji, bowed and said, "Lv-Kai Jinjian, I have seen Lord Qin Shan." Qin Pingan smiled, clasped his fists and replied politely, "I have seen Master Kai Feng." Qin Pingan opened the door and said, "It's very difficult for Yunxiashin to remove the word candidate in the near future. Dali Court is extremely pragmatic." Kai Jinjian nodded and said, "I have talked about this with several ancestors, but I don't feel optimistic, unless..." She paused for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. Unless Yunxia Mountain rushes to settle down before the overall situation is settled, a cultivator of the upper 5 realms suddenly appears. Otherwise, the Zhongtu Confucian Temple will never make an exception for Yunxia Mountain in Aquarius. Of course, it is not an unprecedented precedent. After the Confucian Temple's discussion, Shanshui Mansion reported that the ban was lifted, and 16 new Jin sects appeared one after another. Of course, there was the Luopa mountain of the Qin Shanju in front of him. In addition to the 7, all sects were supreme. The 5 realm cultivators sit in town, and they seem to be in large numbers, but they can be placed in the entire Haranjiuzhou, and there is no one on one continent. Where can the confidence of Yunxia Mountain be one of them? In the previous Battle of Aquarius, Yunxia Mountain had a lot of military accomplishments, but it was far different from the other mountains that were able to break into the sect. Those Zongzatu sects that do not have the cultivators of the 5 realms for the time being are not the existence of the officialdom at the foot of the mountain that have been teased as the Machi slanting official. They will never be looked down on because of the lack of a Yupu realm, without exception. Those young sect masters who were only in the nascent soul realm for the time being, were all figures who made great achievements in the war. But if Yunxia Mountain took the right path, and got a fate of a Confucian temple similar to the official seal of a yellow paper and vermilion pen, how could this be possible? Kai Jinjian knows herself that she will need at least more than 100 years of hard work to get a little bit. Hope to see the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Today's Kai Jinjian has a broad vision, and he really doesn't feel that he is a genius for monasticism. My climbing trip is here to discuss a business. I want to buy some Yunzhen stone and Yunxia fragrance from Yunxia Mountain. The more the better. Chen Pingan said, I know that supply is in short supply, and almost all of them are monopolized by Dai, so Fairy Kai may need to use some fellow friends. The price is easy to say. Yongganshi and Yungxiaxiang, as many of these two things, I want as much. Yu Yungxiashin just ask for the price. Intends to place those Yunzhen stones in the dragon caves of several mountains in Kaiyun Peak, and then give them to little Nuanshu as her place of cultivation, and choose Keifu. Yunxia Mountain is rich in Yunzhen stone, which is a key material used by Taoist Danding school to refine Huaidan. This kind of earth treasure is known as flawless and unstained, and is most suitable for refining Huaidan. It is somewhat similar to three kinds of gods. Money contains the aura of pure heaven and earth. One side of the water and soil nourishes one side, so most of the Qi trainers who practice in Yunxia Mountain have a tendency to cleanliness, and their clothes are abnormally clean. As a candidate for the sect, the Yunzhen stone of Yunxia Mountain is the foundation of one's life. It's just that Yunzhen stone has been digging and quarrying too much in the last 30 years, and it is suspected of being sloppy and fishing. Fortunately, there is also an additional benefit, which is the secret Yunxia incense made by Yunxia Mountain. The Dali dynasty extradited the heroic spirits on various battlefields to return home. In addition to the mountain perfume incense, we often need to use the Yunxia incense, whether it is to burn incense to pay homage to the gods of the mountains and waters, or the ancestor-worshipping ancestors of high-ranking officials under the mountain. Yungxiaxiang is a top grade. Because Yunxia Mountain can be regarded as one of the most authentic Buddhist sects from Middle-earth if it traces its origins. According to legend, the old Yunxia immortal who founded the mountain is actually some kind of mysterious background in an ancestral Buddhist temple in Middle-earth. Only after listening to the Dharma and understanding the meditation can the form be successfully refined. Therefore, Yunxia Mountain highly praises that every dependent arising and ending is a crossing of catastrophes. At that time, the Middle-earth Confucian temple was discussing matters, and the two worlds were facing each other. At that time, several eminent monks and great virtues appeared, and their treasures were strict and each had their own visions. Among them was the Quarren monk from Xiankong Temple. Therefore, the secret teaching methods of the Patriarch Hall passed down from generation to generation in Yunxia Mountain are similar to Buddhism. However, although Yunxia Mountain is close to Buddhism and Taoism, it is necessary to discuss the relationship on the mountain, because the relationship between Yongganshi and Taoist temples is more fragrant. Kai Jinjian was a little embarrassed for a while, and it was not difficult to get some together, but as Chen Pingan said, she really needed her to piece together, not to mention that she didn't want to have a good relationship with Luopashan. The problem is that Luopashan's strong background is how it is possible. Just for the sake of dozens of caddies of Yunzhen stone and more than 100 barrels of incense, can a mountain owner who is already a young sword immortal come to Yunxia Mountain to ask for it? Furthermore, after that year's list appeared, Kai Jinjian saw the Chin 11 of the Great Wall of Sword Qi surrounded by clouds and mist. Kai Jinjian had almost no doubt, it must be Chen Pingan in Mud Bottle Alley. So Chen Pingan has a more hidden identity, the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Jinqi. Kai Jinjian had to bite the bullet and report 2 numbers. Chen Pingan nodded and smiled, yes, it's already beyond expectation. Kai Jinjian was surprised, but still relieved. Chen Pingan suddenly thought silently. Kai Jinjian was shocked at first, and then knew it instantly. She hurriedly avoided the surprise, and never dared to accept the gift. She just helped with that little thing back then, and she was just a small effort to pass the letter on her behalf. Therefore, there are still a lot of ancestors in the mountain top who speculate that you, Kai Jinjian, and the Great Wall of Jinchi, are there any unspeakable incense feelings? After Chen Pingan left, Kai Jinjian hesitated, but Yufeng went to Zhenjianfeng, which was not very frequent. In the past, the main reason was to prevent the ancestors of Shan Men from misunderstanding what she had with Huang Zhongho. Huang Zhongho saw Kai Jinjian from a distance. He was obviously a little surprised. He quickly put away the mountain and water travel notes, shook his hip flask, and said with a smile, "Kai Feng is a rare visitor." Kai Jinjian asked in his heart, "I heard someone say that you planned to formally confess to her." The woman Huang Zhongho likes, named Wu Yuanyi, is a close disciple of the previous Mountain Lord, so she has a high seniority. Even Huang Zhongho, who is the Lord of the Peak, has to call her uncle when he sees her. Huang Zhongho was stunned. "What?" Cai Jinjian smiled knowingly, and said softly, "What's so embarrassing about this? It's been so embarrassing for so many years. Brother Huang should have been so refreshing. It's a good thing. Jin Jian here wishes Brother Huang through the relationship." Huang Zhongho flushed, slapped the railing vigorously, and said angrily, "It's the who claims to be Qin Pingan, talking nonsense on your side. Are you a fool? Dare you believe this kind of bastard?" Kai Jinjian said cautiously. Before he left, he said that senior brother Huang had a thin face and met him at Gongyun Feng. He uttered the truth after drinking, but he still didn't dare to speak by himself, so he hoped that I would help Feijian to spread the word to the ancestral mountain. "Let's meet with Uncle Wu Yuanyi. Feijian is probably all ready." Huang Zhongho was dull and speechless. He was silent for a long time. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's talk about who the outsider is. I'll hack him to death." Kai Jinjian smiled and said, "Can't you be who you claim to be?" Fenglei Garden. Owner of the garden, Huang He, after inquiring the sword in Jingyang Mountain, wandered away with the sword alone and left Aquarius Island. First go to the site of the Great Wall of Jinchi, and then go to the barren world that he said is, the sky is high and the earth is wide, and the best for swords. If it weren't for Masterly Tuan Jingbing's dissolution, Big Brother Huang he would have to take care of everything, otherwise he would have gone to Jinchi Great Wall long ago with his temperament and temper. On the railing of the high-rise building, Lu Baqiao spread his hands and walked here. An originally handsome man, shabby, Hulila scum. Today is another day without incident, and Lu Baqiao is really boring. The brother Huang he made Lu Baqiao sincerely respect, fear, feel ashamed, and feel guilty at the same time. The last time Lu Baqiao was the owner of Fenglei Garden in his life was that before he went to Dalongsu, brother Huang he planned to remove his identity as the owner. At that time, the brother had already done a good job and died on the battlefield in Aquarius Island. Ready. Following the ascension platform to fly ascend, that time, the one who benefited most was Su Hun, the Qingfeng city wearing a scorpion armor. Although it was only a breakthrough, it was Yu Pu who had become a member of Yuanying. But the most regrettable thing is to be with Su Hun climb to the top of the Sea of Clouds. You can see the Lu Ba Bridge at the gate. In fact, he almost had the opportunity to break through the two realms in a row and complete a feat, but Lu Baqiao had already taken a big step, and he took a small step back for some reason. Lu Baqiao hugged the back of his head with both hands and couldn't help sighing. After senior brother traveled far away in the wild, Fenglei Garden only had him as a cultivator of nascent soul stage. Lu Baqiao is not a piece of material that can take care of affairs. All the general affairs are entrusted to those junior brothers and nephews. Song Daoguang, Zixiang, Xing Youheng, and Nangong Xingyan, these four sword repairmen, are very young, 2 golden pills, less than 100 years old. A dragon gate, a view of the sea, naturally younger. Not surprisingly, Fenglai Garden's next master selection will be chosen from these 4 young people. As for Lu Baqiao, who was already a sword repairer in the Yuaning realm, he was both unintentional and powerless. Lu Baqiao sometimes, he can't wait to give his realm to the boy Xing Yoheng. As long as he can, Lu Baqiao will never frown. Of course, don't look at the guy Xing Yoheng, who is usually scornful. In fact, just like the brother, he is very arrogant and will not accept it. As for the old antiques in Fenglai Garden who have a strong temper and speak loudly, they have no objection to them, they just concentrate on practicing swords. Fight for power. Since the establishment of Fenglai Garden, there has been no such saying. Occasionally, the old people met Lu Baqiao, and they were so unpretentious and inattentive that they would hurt Li Tuanjing, the owner of the garden. They could not beat Lu Baqiao, or could not catch up with Lu Baqiao's sword, otherwise they could put the sole of the shoe on Lu Xianyang's face. Anyway, these elders always look for Lu Baqiao, who is an eye obtrusive, every time they have trouble practicing their swords. Since it is an eye obtrusive, it would be a waste not to go to the door to curse a few words. As one of the 10 young people in Aquarius, but Lu Baqiao's ranking has been declining. First he was surpassed by Xia Ling of Longquan Jianzong, and then he was squeezed by Ma Kuxuan's uncle and military clerk Yu Shiwu. Behind. Baqiao, I call you Uncle Lu, can you do it? 10 young people, there are only 10 people, not 100. Uncle's words are so bad, I can still fall to 10 candidates. The old man said earnestly, can you serve snacks when practicing swords? Isn't it just a Yuaning Xing Yu Pu, what a big deal, let the uncle, I am Yuaning. Lu Baqiao immediately slapped the uncle in the Golden Core realm, what Yuaning is left, the uncle is aggrieved in Yupu realm. Little bastard, stretch out your face quickly, uncle's hands are itchy. Lu Baqiao has promised his seniors to be among the 5 realms within 100 years. If the senior cannot return from the wild world, Lu Baqiao will have to fight for a fairyland, and if it is done, even if he has a decent confession to Fenglai Garden. Lu Baqiao took a deep breath, turned his head and looked into the distance. Su Jia regained his status as a descendant of Xingyang Mountain Zhu Shirtang. I heard that she seems to stay in Xiagushan, but she will also go to Zhuyu Peak. After practicing swordsmanship, Lu Baqiao would sneak down the mountain from time to time to take a trip to the bookstore in Ziobo Zhenqing, a tributary of the old Zhuiying dynasty. The bookseller was an ordinary young woman who was at that time, his name is He Jia. After she left, Lu Baqiao bought the shop, leaving everything intact. Even if you just look at the closed shop every time and step into it without opening the door, Lu Baqiao will feel relieved. As a swordsman, the practice of swordsmanship seemed to be to prevent the master from being disappointed before, and then to prevent the senior from looking down too much, but now it is for Fenglai Garden. What's next? Lu Baqiao don't know. It seems that she only likes that woman. In this matter, she will die from one thing. A warm voice sounded above Lu Baqiao. Hey, Lu Dajiangxian, who do you miss? Lu Baqiao leaned forward, raised his head, and saw a man in a green shirt sitting on the edge of the roof, with a familiar and unfamiliar smiling face, which was quite awkward. Yeah, isn't this Chen Dajiangxian, I'm lucky enough to meet. Lu Baqiao immediately reached out his arm and waved his hand. Let's relax, our Fenglai Garden swordsman has a bad temper. Outsiders trespassing here without permission, be careful to be beaten by chaotic swords. There is nothing to disagree with Qin Pingan. Furthermore, Fenglai Garden does not have any red tape in its hospitality. Anyway, there are not many customers throughout the year, because Fenglai Garden swordsman has not many friends, but there are so many people who look down on it. Chen Pingan jumped slightly from the roof, stepped onto the railing, and threw a pot of wine to Lu Baqiao, and the two sat on the railing together. Lu Baqiao raised his head and took a sip of wine, raised his sleeves and wiped the corners of his mouth, and smiled. In fact, it hasn't been a few years since the last time. 20 or 30 years on the mountain is nothing. How do you feel that we haven't seen each other for a long time? Up. Chen Pingan smiled and joked, I almost didn't recognize you. Why, now the fairies in Aquarius, all like this man with Luotuo appearance. Lu Baqiao said with a hippie smile, the autumn wind blows Lu Lang's waist thin, and it is difficult to raise autumn fat. Lu Baqiao remembered something, lowered his voice and said, you really have to be careful. We have a young girl named Nangong Xingyan. She looks pretty, but she has a violent temper. The girl's eyes were shining, and now the mantra every day is the phrase, there is such a handsome man in the world. Chen Jianxian, ask you if you are afraid. Chen Pingan didn't care about this at all, and said, your brother seems to have gone to the wild world. Now you are at the Rishang Ferry, and you are very close to Weiying of Yugui Zone. I heard that the Yellow River was at the site of the Jinchi Great Wall. I just stopped for a while, chatted with the fellow swordsman Wei and Jin, and quickly went to the sunken side. But when the Yellow River arrived at the ferry, he would directly clarify the matter with a few garrison monks. He would take out the sword alone as a casual cultivator. However, it seemed to have changed his mind afterwards, temporarily serving as a bearer monk with a large iron cavalry. On the side of Rependant, in addition to Su Zi and Lu Qi, there are also Dali Song Changjing and Yuguizong Weiying. Chen Pingan has always believed that whether it is Li Tuanjing or the Yellow River, if this pair of masters and disciples were born in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would definitely achieve high kendo achievements. Maybe it can stand shoulder to shoulder with great sword immortals like Mi Hu and Yu Qing. Lu Baqiao asked curiously, how did you know that my senior brother was at the ferry crossing in Japan, and even knew that he had a relationship with Weiying? Your kid opened his eyes. Chen Pingan smiled and said, you can guess it. A wind and thunder garden, there is no mirror flower water moon of its own, no landscape mansion report, no unnecessary human relations, and foreign trade and trade are extremely limited. In the eyes of outsiders, Fenglai Garden is an isolated, boring practice. In addition to swordsmanship is still practiced. Dozens of ancestors from the Patriarch Hall, plus unregistered outer disciples, and some stewards and maidservants who help with secular affairs, but more than 200 people. According to the ancestors of Fenglai Garden, this is a place where kendo is taught, not a place to raise idlers. Other mountaintops, every time a Chi-Chi practitioner breaks the boundary, the Patriarch Hall will generally reward a sum of money from the gods. There is no such saying in Fenglai Garden. You can follow Fenglai Garden to advance the gods' money for all you need for sword cultivation in the lower 5 realms, and you can use it to advance the money. After entering the middle 5 realms, you need to repay the money. Go down the mountain to practice. Of course, if you are in the sword vein, the elders of the sect, if he was willing to help pay for the money, Fenglai Garden didn't stop him either. Several mountain dynasties near Fenglai Garden, in addition to the sword fairy embryos sent from Fenglai Garden, there were also named offerings and the title of Kaching who took the initiative to send them to the door. It was a lot of money. Even after Li Tuanjing died that year, no dynasty or vassal country under the mountain dared to take away the titles of sword repair without authorization and deduct the money from the gods. Is really the kind of awe for Fenglai Garden Jinsho, which has penetrated into the bones. Fenglai Garden sword repair, regardless of men and women, apart from the level of realm, it is also like a temperament carved out of a mold. The sword is straightforward, he is clear about his grievances, and he acts vigorously and resolutely. Once there was a middle 5 swordsman who had his arms cut off during his experience and deliberately left his mouth alive. The owner of the garden, Li Tuanjing, asked clearly what had happened, and went down the mountain alone with a sword to go to the big mountain of the old Zhuiying dynasty. Without saying a word, he just cut off the arms of all the 12 people from the other party's patriarchal. The old Zhuang dynasty, once known as the sword repairer like a cloud and crowning a continent, was surprised that no sword repairer was willing to speak out. You should know that Li Tuanjing also made a special trip to the outside of Zhuangjing. He stayed at a ferry crossing over there for 3 full days, and was here deliberately waiting for someone to ask the sword. Liu Baqiao asked, "How did you think of coming to our Fenglai garden? How long will you stay?" Chen Pingan said, "Leave right away." Liu Baqiao joked, "I'm really afraid of a little girl." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "You remember to go to Luopa Mountain when you have time. I have to take a trip to Old Dragon City." Liu Baqiao noticed something strange, and nodded, not keeping Chen Pingan. The ruins of the Old Dragon City, the magnificent inner and outer cities of the past are being rebuilt, and the construction is in full swing. It's just the Bailey Long Street under the name of Sunjiashu. The dragon platform, the sea of clouds in the sky, the dusty medicine shop in the alleys, and the Shirley Hiwapu that meet Dajiangxian mist are naturally gone. In the vast night of the world, the daytime of the wild world. Chen Pingan is standing on the shore of the South China Sea at this moment, seeming to close his eyes and rest up his mind, but in fact, he is reading a picture of time and time, as if he saw the minefield with his own eyes. After opening his eyes, Chen Pingan immediately returned to the north, choosing his hometown as a foothold, standing on the top of the steps in the long riding alley with both hands and sleeves. Just here in my hometown, there was a heavy rain that fell from the sky and landed on the earth. The Battle of Tuyua Mountain has come to an end, and the sword slashes a pinnacle of the Ascension realm. Chen Pingan walked down the steps slowly. Countless raindrops fell on the ground, as if following a blue shirt pouring down the steps. Chen Pingan reached out to touch his eyebrows, walked halfway, suddenly stopped, first glanced at the Yang family medicine shop, and then turned to look towards Luopa Mountain. Even in the heavy rain, the right protector of Luopa Mountain still performed his duty, looking at the gate alone at the foot of the mountain. The millet grains seemed a bit boring, and they shook their heads there, as if talking to themselves or trembling with someone, with a golden pole in one hand and a trekking pole in the other, pointing at the rain screen, saying that you can't see it anymore. Well, in fact, my temper is bad, petty temper, so fierce. Believe it or not, a pole will fall to the ground, and a bamboo pole will be beaten into a pig's head. That's it. Let's forget it this time. Let's not take it as an example. To make a discussion, both of us have to have a long memory and a little bit more, otherwise it will always cause trouble, which is not appropriate. Besides, we are all walking in the rivers and lakes. We must be friendly. It is not good to fight and kill. Is it this reason? Well, since you don't deny it, just assume you understand. The little girl in black stopped talking suddenly, wrinkled a small face and 2 sparse eyebrows, motionless. Could it be that the enemy came to the door? Even the rain stopped. It seems that the other party's Taoism is very high. What should I do? Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Why so fierce?" Xiaomili suddenly raised her head and laughed. It turned out to be a good mountain lord. Chen Pingan rubbed the head of the millet grains, and asked softly, "Tell me, why is it troublesome?" The millet grain carried a golden pole on his shoulder, took the trekking pole and poked the ground, grinned, "What the hell, I am composing a wonderful story about the rivers and lakes." Chen Pingan turned his head and looked at a river beyond Hongzhou town. Xiaomili quickly stretched out his hand and pulled the sleeve of the good man Shanju, and said, "Don't you eat melon seeds?" Chen Pingan gave a hum, and stretched out her hand. The millet grains immediately opened the messenger cotton bag and took out a large handful with both hands. When the master of the good man took the melon seeds, she rushed away and brought in 2 bamboo chairs, one large and one large. small, sitting side by side, eating sunflower seeds together. Xiaomi Li scratched his face and asked, "Good man Mountain Lord, when will you go home?" Chen Pingon smiled and replied, "I'll be back soon, waiting for me to finish engraving a word on the city's head." Sword of Coming Chapter 873. Chen Pingon stood on the spider silk that bridged the 2 rounds of bright moon, took a step back, and fell straight, chasing after the ancient great demon who took the initiative to evacuate the battlefield. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and tugged, and put the spider silk that the master was too late to take away, and put it in his sleeve. Anyway, there was Lu Xin, and there was no future trouble. Chen Pingon glanced at the gate. Across the gate, there was the Qingming world. There was a lot of Dao Qi and the weather, and it seemed that a large number of mountain Taoists gathered one after another. Bai Zhe and Li Sheng, a pair of friends who had fought side by side and were extremely close friends for thousands of years, turned out to be merciless when they waited for each to take action after thousands of years. For the bright moon that was about to move out of the wild world, one blocked the 4. Jian Xiu dragged on for a month, one of them blocked Bai Zhe's obstruction, and the 2 sides fought into chaos from time to time. Both parties were already 14th realm great monks 10,000 years ago, and because of the great path in their hearts, each took the initiative to abandon the 15th realm. A portrait in white clothes, with vast ancient meanings, and a portrait in Confucian shirts, with great righteousness. Every warp and weft thread on the Saint Confucian shirt is a rule in the world. Looking at it carefully, the Bai Zhe Fa Xiang was made up of countless real names of monster races. Therefore, every time the 2 sides collapsed, it was a veritable upside-down, great dispute. With great difficulty, Lu Qin found a fleeting opportunity, tweaked a page of Taoism from his sleeve, read a word, and then threw a purple lingering talisman of his own creation, and went through the gate connecting the 2 worlds. Bai Yujing, give good news to the second senior brother, and quickly lead the brother Bai Yujing to pick up the bright moon, and he will be relieved early, and then immediately close the door, otherwise Bai Zhe will be ruthless and will directly change the battlefield to the Qingming world and punch again. The consequences of breaking the bright moon would be disastrous. With Bai Zhe's realm of cultivation, even in the Qingming world, even if the senior brother Yu Do is wearing a robes and a handheld fairy sword, he is destined to be unable to keep it. Once the saint of worship has reached the Qingming world, the great power is so heavy that it is unimaginable. Even more exaggerated than the most sacred master going to the Qingming world. Moreover, Lu Qin knows the temper of the brother best, and he is absolutely unwilling to join hands with the enemy, especially Bai Zhe's way of harmonization, which is not seriously injured. No different, as long as Bai Zhe returns to the wild world, with Bai Zhe's real body toughness, coupled with Bai Zhe's deep understanding of the world's many Taoisms, I believe he will soon regain his combat power. After all, not everyone can give pointers to the Fei Fei water method. The skinny old man who woke up from his long sleep in the depths of the ruins of the Moon Palace had turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man with just a few breaths during the fall, and he was still in a state of mystery similar to Taoism's return to innocence, without accident. I believe it will soon be transformed into a young posture, and this change is not dictated by blindness, it is an unstoppable manifestation of the road. This ascendant peak great demon, straightened a line and fell to the ground. Never wanted to be followed by the guy wearing the lotus crown. The big demon held a long sword, wrapped around his back, his heartstrings moved slightly, but quickly weighed the pros and cons, or gave up the urge to hand the sword to kill people. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 10 feet, and the 2 sword auras and rainbow lights slammed into the wild land together. The movement was so loud that it vibrated like thunder. The big demon asked in a wild old saying, "Don't help that little master." Unexpectedly, the human monk smiled in an extremely skilled savage old saying, "You didn't help Mr. Bai either." Is the peak demon who looks like a young man, slightly surprised, Is it because I missed you? You are not a human being. A young Terran monk, who would eat and hold on and go to delve into the ancient sayings of the wild. Furthermore, there is indeed a trace of vague familiarity in this monk. Seeing the man smiling and not talking, the ancient monster asked, "What will you do with me?" The person is sincere. See if you can take advantage of your unstable realm and haven't really returned to the top, find a chance to kill you. One net hangs the void, tens of billions of murderous. The most suitable battlefields are for those who occupy the most favorable terrain. As long as you create a nest in the deep underground, you only need to stop the bugs from flying. For those who throw themselves into the net, the monks of the lower 5 realms, and the soldiers and horses of the mountain similar to the Big Lee cavalry. In terms of this ascending realm great demon is simply the most terrifying formation master. What's more, this ancient monster is still a pinnacle swordsman who carries a certain or even several ancient swordsmanship. The big demon laughed blankly. Today's young monks, one by one, are so high in realm, have such a bad temper, and speak so directly. Compared with the previous ones, the sword repairman only talks about age, and is even more weird. The mountain and river scene of the small world, calculated by the 1-year-old age, is obviously less than 50 years old, but it can be shaped according to the long river of time. Calculated by a certain number of years, the sword repair in front of him is still not old, but at any rate it is about 300 years old, and only occasionally reveals 4,000 or 5,000 years old. Looking at the young sword repairman with both hands and sleeves, the big demon sneered and said, "Don't cheat me here. If you are really capable, you are 50% sure, you will have a sword long ago." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Then try it." The big demon didn't have a reason to think of his Taoist couple, that little lady. It was really ruthless to have a sword. "Don't try it. No need." The real reason was that the servant glanced at the ground intentionally or unintentionally, as if he had seen his mind. Once his feet touched the ground, he would form a formation of heaven and earth, the sky, and the ground, and there were many nets. In your own world, call out a few more helpers and fight a 14th level monk. Even if the chance of winning is not great, you have to peel off the other side's skin, such as telling Tuition. "Fuck, why is Tuition gone? Has Howren already hit Tuyu mountain?" Looking around and seeing the formation of the human race, it didn't look like it at all. This big demon instantly felt cold, and quickly weighed the pros and cons. It was better to get back to the 6-hole goblin and goblin under his command in the past years. After eating and drinking, he returned to the peak, and then he asked the sword to be more secure. "I just don't know if those disciples and grandchildren will spread their branches and leaves in the wild world after 10,000 years. Why do you have so many accidents after being awakened by Bai Zhe this time? Is it over?" This big demon looked rather helpless. He became more determined, and had to stubbornly temper his temper. It is better to do more than to do less, so he said straightforwardly, "Let's talk about it. How can you go on both sides? Face is nothing. In the past, the spells fell like rain on the earth, and on the earth, regardless of the demon race, only those who had a good chance were able to climb the mountain and practice. In fact, compared with Bays and the newly risen group of monster monks, it is considered a junior in cultivation, and has a mediocre aptitude, because it is a matter of sword practice. It is with a supreme existence, squatting on the ground, and kowtowing. Lucian noticed the change in Chen Pingan's mood, and had to remind him, "Don't really fight, the Saint of Rights is going to suffer a lot from fighting with Bai Zhe here." Chen Pingangsen said, "There are counts." Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I think the sword in your hand is not bad." The essence of the moonlight from the previous round of Houtsai was condensed into a long sword by this pinnacle great demon using a secret method. After the big demon walked around, holding the sword's hand, he shook the sword flower, and the moonlight overflowed, said it earlier, I will send you. Chen Pingon put out a hand from his sleeve, not to pick up the sword, but to hold the knight you behind in his hand. The demon nodded, kind of interesting. After, the double convenience is to make a sword with all your strength and cut a sword against each other. Each body retreated 10 miles, the long sword in the hands of the big demon instantly shattered, turning into a large cloud of rich moonlight, the moonlight as thick as mercury. The big demon's figure dissipated, and a huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. The demon, young sword repairman, who returned to the world from the ruins of the moon, slightly bent his knees, straightened his waist, and looked up at the human race who had not pursued him. Jian Xiu, it seemed that he had to remember that face well. Chen Pingon waved his sleeves and took those moonlights into his bag. The sword light flashed and went to the site of the Great Wall of Jinqi. When Chen Pingon stepped on the top of the city, Lu Chen leaned back and lay in the Lotus Dojo. The third master of Baiyujing was relieved, and Pan Dao finally didn't have to worry about it. It is more than just living like years, it is almost 1,000 years of things done in one day. He Shou fell from the sky, still observing the rules, hanging outside the city, his feet staying on the ground. The old master carefully took out the ancient soldier, only dared to hold it, but didn't dare to hold it at all. Narrow sword, he Shou gently pushed the young hidden official who returned to the head of the city. This sword is the weapon left by the old sword immortal after slaying the executor with a single sword. The old sword immortal let I will transfer this knife to you, which is regarded as a wedding gift for you and Ning Jianxian. Lu Qin craned his neck in the Lotus Dojo inside the crown, staring wide-eyed, and carefully examined the legendary weapon. This is a well-deserved spiritual soldier, compared to the spiritual fairy soldiers of later generations. It's even higher, no need for refining, as long as you can make this type of weapon recognize the master, you can get one or even several ancient magical powers. He Shou reminded, hidden officials must be careful, this blade is extremely difficult to control. The narrow sword Zhang Kan exchanged from the Huawei heavenly demon was once the object of execution in the dragon slashing platform. Across the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the two blades are adjacent to each other, and there is a difference between monarchs and ministers. The ancient high-ranking god, the executioner once said at the time of this world that those who are lucky enough to see this blade are unfortunate. Chen Pingon nodded, still reaching out to hold the handle of the sheathless long knife without hesitation. There was nothing strange, but very docile. He Shou, the old master, was quite ashamed. Chen Qing had previously held this god's blade in his hand. It was not a bit awkward, that's all. Unexpectedly, the young hermit took it, and it was still so handy. It is necessary to know that this period of time to temporarily take charge of this weapon is just to suppress the many anomalies caused by that pure divinity, which makes He Shou quite difficult. Lu Shen sighed in his heart. Not only because Chen Pingon is a certain one, but also because the young hermit is a martial artist of the end, and a mysterious master. The entire Qingming world, working hard to collect and search around, not only fished from the broken secrets in the long river of time, but even the great monks traveled far beyond the sky, using the stars as the ferry, moving the stars for battle, and a total of only 18 relics of the gods. There are only 2 of them, which can be equal to this item in Lu Chen's eyes. One is in the Baiyujing Biyun building, which has been sealed for thousands of years. It is a pair of armor. According to legend, it is one of the 3 fakes of the armor on the armored person. And these 3 fakes have derived from the 3 strategists Zhouan, Jingwijia, Jinwujia, and Godman Manlijia cast by later generations of military strategists. At that time, Ganlijia cast 8 ancestors' pioneering works in one go. The broken and restricted Tsiya was picked up by Chen Pingon from Lingzishai. The rest were Buddha Kingdom, Bud, Mountain Ghost, Narcissus, Xiaoguang, Tsai, and Sea of Clouds, but most of them were destroyed. Back then, Lu Chen originally planned to steal the armor from the Biyun Tower and give it to the junior apprentice, but he failed and was blocked by the host, and then he filed a grievance with senior apprentice Yudo. Yudo didn't feel distressed about this precious treasure, but thought that the little junior brother, now his realm was too low, he couldn't control this precious treasure at all for the time being, at least he had to be a fairy to offset that divine aftertaste. Another magic weapon, which ran outside by Yujing, was in the hands of the wives and aunts of the 14th realms who had a bad temper, which enabled the female crown to acquire a kind of magical power of the caster, enabling her to rely solely on her own power. Forged half-celestial soldiers, even fairy soldiers. The other 16 divine weapons were not owned by the 12 high-ranking gods, and their ranks were about to be inferior. One of them was the narrow sword of Sui Chu Gong Wu Shuang Jiang. The result was tossed all the way. The Great Wall of Jinchi was again obtained by Chen Pingon. And this kind of magic weapon has another weirdness. It will be very smooth when used by a pure martial artist, and there are almost no sequelae. On the other hand, if a cheap practitioner holds the treasure in his hand, he must be careful, even if he is successfully refined by the cultivator. It is still easy to rebel. Qingming world, there have been more than a dozen such tragedies in history. The monk's Taoism is infiltrated, imperceptibly, and he will change his temperament without knowing it. The most tragic time was an ascendant monk who seemed to be in a madness. He almost broke the barrier between the heavens and the heavens with the help of magical weapons in his hand, and stabbed him. After breaking the sky, Grand Master Bai Yujing made the shot himself to fill the hole in the sky, and stopped the younger brother Yudo, who was traveling far away with a sword and planned to chop off the head of the monk, and personally turned that man into a big hole. The wrong monk returned to Bai Yujing, followed him in cultivating for hundreds of years, and finally returned to normal Taoism, and even served as the lord of Bai Yujing. And this Bai Yujing Taoist official is the former city lord of Xinshao City, and also the Taoist saint who sits on the canopy of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, Bai Yujing will always pay attention to the whereabouts of every magic weapon and every time it appears. Chen Pingon suddenly asked in his heart, the nectar armor that was unsold by Hanging Mountain Ling Zizhai back then was deliberately let me pick it up. Whose handwriting, Dao's second child? It's not like it, is it Zhou Zi? Lu Shenduan sat in the dojo, pinched the tactics with one hand, and put on a silent expression. Chen Pingon immediately understood that it was this guy who had eaten all day and had nothing to do. Take out the narrow knife and cut it out, add the execution, and Chen Pingon stacks the two narrow knives around his waist. Crouched down, Chen Pingon gently took out the two jugs of ashes, one in each hand, hanging outside the city head. The jug was against the wall, and with a light knock, both jugs were broken and drifted away in the wind. Returned home. After a long silence, Chen Pingon stood up, and took the initiative to smile with his show. Master, he just land on the city's head. The specific route for this trip to the barren hinterland, we need to report to the Confucian Temple on the side of the Great Wall of Jinchi. Record files. He show smiled and nodded. Thanks to the understanding of Wensheng's close disciple, otherwise he really couldn't open his mouth. As a sage who sits here, he asked the 5 sword repairmen about matters. Of course it was reasonable, but not necessarily sensible. But since Chen Ping'an is willing to take the initiative to mention it as a young hidden official, there is no problem. He Shou immediately called a Confucian gentleman, and the two fell on the top of the city together. The latter thanked the young hermit. Chen Pingon opened the door and said, on our trip, we went to Baihua City in the wild world, the ancient battlefield site named Longhong, Diyue Qingshan. Yunwen Dynasty Jade City, Chunjian Mountain, Xianshan City. Jiuquan Sect, Yiluo, Tuyuashan. There are 9 places in total. Chen Pingon raised his head. If you add Mingya's Haotsai, there will be 10 places. The Confucian gentleman had already taken out the pen, ink and paper and recorded the addresses one by one in the book. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. Except for the relatively unfamiliar Chunjian mountain, the gentleman couldn't be more familiar with the other locations. Especially the fairy hairpin city, dragging down the river, Tuoyua Mountain. This gentleman was shocked, and even more absurd. If the person in front of him was the last hermit of the Great Wall of Jinchi, he couldn't help but say something. Questioning the true and false is not because he doesn't want to believe it, but it's too unbelievable, it makes people incredible. Baihua City, a barren sect named Head Mountain Gate, the sect was destroyed, except for the immortal realm's suzerain, who barely escaped from birth at the price of damaging the Yinshin. The other 5 realm palm disciplines and the earth immortal monster cultivator are all dead. The ancient battlefield of Long Hong after was swept away by sword light. However, Chen Pingan did not forget to mention that the Confucian temple still needs to ask Qi Tingji and the others for the specific combat achievements of the 2 places. Old master, he sat cross-legged, squinted his beard and smiled, happily. Hidden officials Chen Pingan, Ning Yao, Qi Tingji, Lu Ji, criminal officials Hao Su. When these 5 swordsmen sword repairers from the Great Wall of Sword Qi traveled together, they were so long and unstoppable. After, the young hermit said about breaking the Xiandan city, which is known as the highest city in the world, into 2 pieces and smashing the patriarch hall. Hearing this, he laughed. The gentleman who was in charge of picking up the pen was so stunned that he didn't dare to write the pen for a while and had to ask, "Hidden officer, the fairy hairpin city is beaten in 2. Can I ask a digression, how?" Interrupted. Chen Pingan sat cross-legged, originally clenching his fists, gently resting on his knees, smiled and raised his hands at this moment. The Confucian gentleman understood. The current city lord of Feishing City, the old monk Xuanpu, has been killed. Chen Pingan said, beheaded by criminal officer Hao Su. This ascending realm great demon is really an ancient mysterious snake, and even a demon pill can be preserved. Generally, this level of Kachan fight can be achieved only when the strength of the 2 sides is very different. One side will kill it instantly, such as the flying sword. According to the agreement, Chen Pingan gave the criminal Hao Su to the criminal officer, and he kept it in his opponent's name to help Hao Su atone for his merits and fulfilled the agreement with the Chinese Temple of Confucius. For Chen Pingan, it is a good thing for Hao Su to go to the Qingming world to bear the title of the last criminal officer. Yan Ming and Dong Huafu, who are the Yuan Yu sword repairmen, are temporarily not high in realm, especially before entering the 5 realms. Need to have a senior protector from his family. Also, this person is the most nostalgic, otherwise he would not be obsessed with the spiritual and blessed land in his hometown, as if he was practicing swords in this life, just for revenge. Chen Pingan added, the criminal officer will hand over the real body of Xuanpu together with the demon pill to the Confucian temple, and the Confucian temple will examine the matter. He said in amazement, what a criminal officer, if you don't sound, you have already made a blockbuster, and I have made a great battle for me. If there is a chance, the old man will also sincerely apologize to Hao Su. I learned about this person earlier. Cut down Nan Guangzeo's head. It's actually nothing. It's just a grievance. The old man just felt that a sword-powered Great Wall criminal officer could not make a half-sword in that battle. He was not even as good as an old deaf child from a demon clan. It was only after I returned to Howran that I began to fight fiercely and fiercely. I really can't afford the title of criminal officer. So at that time, I made a suggestion with Li Xing to throw this band hero into the Forest of Merit, and happened to have a companion with Lu Cha. The one who is in charge of fishing and the other who makes the fire and cooks the rice. Isn't it better than a fairy tale couple? Now it seems that the old man misunderstood Hao Su. Chen Pingan glanced at the bright moon that was getting closer and closer to the gate, and said, Hao Su may not personally give out the true body of Xuanpu. It may be handed over by sect master Qi, and I hope that the Confucian temple will be accommodating. He Shou nodded and said, These are all trivial things. I can agree to it here. Chen Pingan nodded slightly, and then continued, I'm in Xianjiang City, and I have joined hands with the head teacher of Baiyu Jinglu to do another thing, which is to get the blessed land in the bag. Afterwards, head teacher Lu, before returning to Qingming, he will hand over the Aguang blessed land to the Confucian temple in exchange for 3 chances to return to Haoran in the future. In addition, Chen Pingan only briefly talked about the process, which is convenient for the Confucian temple to find opportunities to verify. Was named Yaoguang Fudi by Gue Lingxiang, the founder of Xiandan City. In fact, it is the root of Xiandan City's reputation as the arsenal of the world by the wilds. Without this first-class blessed land, the future fairy hair city would be tantamount to completely losing the source of weapon casting. Master Lu suddenly no longer felt sorry for those invaluable Sanshan talisman, moon talisman, and sword talisman. Is all small money, a cultivator, who claims to be poor and poorer every day, cares about what a small amount of heaven and earth treasure gods do. He Shou coughed, stretched out a hand, patted the arm of the gentleman's pen, patted it gently, and said with earnestness, the hermit and Lu Zhangjiao, this time sincerely cooperated and won the Aguang Fudi. One thing, the primary and secondary point of credit, still need to be realistic, and write the first one. The gentleman immediately understood his mind, his brilliant pen gave birth to flowers, and his writing was intertwined and drip-proof. Lu Shen didn't care about this, but he didn't understand it. According to Bai Yujing's intelligence, this old master he was a notorious and unreasonable old man, so he hadn't directly spoken to a corrupt scholar. Regarding the Battle of Drago River, Chen Pingan was very brief, only talking about a tug-of-war, and he forcibly intercepted 30% of the water transport from the hands of the old throne Fei Fei. Chen Pingan asked, Does Mr. He drink? He Shou smiled and asked, Don't the hidden official know about this? Chen Pingan was stunned, a little confused, I know what this kind of thing is doing. He Shou laughed and stretched out his hand, I haven't been drinking for many years, but today I can make an exception. This old master wine can drink, but he really doesn't like it. It belongs to the wine that even old talents could not persuade. What really made He Shou feel comfortable was that the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not understand the so-called accompany saints who ate cold pig's head. He did not understand the slightest trivial matter. This means that the relationship with the Confucian temple is so delicate that people do not think that he is one of the Confucian scholars. The attitude towards the Confucian temple, especially the sub-sage family, is not close, even if it is not close. As for the resentment. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would have been able to understand the details of the Confucian Temple Academy and the sages of the sages and elders in his work style during his tenure as a young hermit. Chen Pingan laughed, and handed a pot of wine to the old master who was quite old. It was the Qingshanshan wine from his own wine shop. Lu Shen asked heartily, Where is that senior? On the way to the moon with amulet on both sides, it seemed that the long sword that came from outside the sky disappeared, and even Lu Qin was missing. Chen Pingan gave an answer that was not an answer with his heartfelt voice, I didn't say it before. That feeling of mind has been cut off by senior brother Cui. Lu Shen asked again, the other, where are you in Aquarius? Chen Pingan said, I'm already at home. I just arrived in Qilong Alley. While the realm is still there, I will confirm whether Master Lu has left behind Shiro. Lu Shen complained, Pan Dao, this person has always been harmless. Besides, as for your student, how clever the method is in the matter of spirits, would you not be clear? Chen Pingan smiled and said, You must have a defensive heart. There are 2 shops in Qilong Alley, one is called Chao Tu and the other is called New Year's Eve. Chow tu is a wild vegetable that can be seen everywhere in Chen Pingan's hometown. It is also known as golden cauliflower. According to ancient records, seedlings multiply in February and bloom in summer and autumn with fine yellow flowers. The leaves are in the shape of an inverted heart, and the plaques are like spirals. As for the word New Year's Eve, it means more beautiful, the homophony is overwhelming, the world is peaceful, to eliminate the evil, and to bless peace. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Pingan bought 2 shops without saying a word. Of course, the more important thing is that it is related to the fact that he can own 2 properties for a small amount of money. Lu Qin said tentatively, "The next battle at Tuyu Mountain, why don't you let Xiang Dao explain the process in detail? You can just relax your mind for a while. You need to prepare early for the fall." He has been setting up a stall in Lizhu Cave for many years, and Lu Qin thinks he is good at eloquence. Chen Pingan nodded. Lu Xun got a bit of mind. He slid out from the Lotus Dojo, squatted beside Chen Pingan, smiled and waved with the 2 opposite people. He smiled and got up. The courtesy he should have is indispensable, and he salutes the 3rd master of Baiyujing. The Confucian gentleman was even more like a big enemy, immediately got up and followed his show together. Lu Chen got up, and made a return with the 2 of them. Chen Pingan said goodbye to the 2 of them, saying that he would go to the city head next door to find someone to talk about the past, and return soon. Only one Lu Chen remained, and he became a storyteller. When he heard that Chen Pingan had attacked the mountain more than 3,000 times with his sword, he finally cut a head of the ascended peak great demon with his own sword. It was the chief culprit of the great ancestor of Tuyu Mountain. The gentleman seemed to be numb. It was Master He's turn to be stunned and speechless for a long time. He raised his head and drank the wine in the pot. The old master wiped the corner of his mouth and turned his head to look outside the city. Chen Qingda's last soul, slaying the executor, one of the high gods, with 1 sword. I have to admit that there is actually no great wall of sword qi in the world. But there are still sword repairs from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After Chen Qingda's sword was released, Chen Pingan still asked the sword to support Wushan, and the sword flew soaring. Moreover, according to the teaching of Lu Zhang, the culprit of the great demon was still a sword repairman. Lu Xun squatted there, learning from a young hidden official with 2-handed sleeves. He smiled. If you add Li Zhen, then the disciples of Kaishan and Guanmen of Tuyu seem to have died under Chen Pingan's sword. In addition to the Battle of Tuyu Mountain, there were only 3 monsters in the fairyland. There are naturally more monks from the Jade Pu realm and the Earth Fairy Demon race. However, one of the immortal demon clan was replaced by a nascent Soul Realm sword repair. Lu Chen intercepted fragments of the time-traveling picture. The sound, appearance, and appearance of those monster monks were all made into hanging statues by the Master Lu. However, Lu Chen knew Chen Pingan's plan, so all the exploits other than the culprit of the great demon were allocated to Qi Tingji's Dragon Elephant Sword Sect and Ning Yao's Feishing City. These brushstrokes can be described as shocking and terrifying war exploits, and Zhongtu Confucian Temple will carefully record the files. Chen Pingan first went to Makushuan and Yushiwa's neighborhood. Yushiwu clasped his fists and smiled. I have seen Lord Qin Shan. Except for the rest of the time, there is nothing left. Ma Kuxuan's first disciple and maidservant did not dare to speak. As for the disciple of Ma Kuxuan, he was confirming the identity of the Taoist in front of him. Chen Pingan held his fist in return for Yushiwu. Just as Ma Kuxuan said, Chen Pingan was jealous when he first met at Dada Temple. A young man with a hatchet hanging on his waist suddenly took a step and asked, Master Qin, can you still accept disciples in Luopa Mountain? As a result, Ma Kuxuan kicked his on the ass, fell a dog to eat shit. The teenager didn't care, patted the ground with a palm, his body turned and fell to the ground. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "We will not accept disciples for the time being." The young man still didn't give up, and asked, "Can you save me a place first?" Chen Pingon shook his head. Ma Kuxuan reached out and held the closed disciple's head, and said with a smile, "A person rarely cares about his own shadow, but it doesn't matter if he has stepped on a foot anyway. The people on the mountain are alone, it's a trivial thing that doesn't hurt." Up. Chen Pingon frowned slightly, as if he couldn't guess what medicine was sold in Ma Kuxuan's gourd, so he didn't talk to him, just turned his head and asked Yu Shiwu, "Where are you going next?" Yu Shiwu smiled and said, "I plan to go to the high city built by Mo Jujua first." Then Chen Pingon came to Wei Jin, and Chao Jun Wei Jin talked about his predecessor Zhong Yuan with his heartfelt voice. Chen Pingon looked solemn, nodded and said, "Fortunately, you got those sword intents, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Wei Jin asked, "I changed my mind halfway, didn't you go to the battlefield?" Chen Pingon said, "I have been detoring, and finally walked to Tuyua Mountain." Wei Jin pointed to the big moon in the sky, and asked with a smile, "The result is such a big movement." Chen Pingon laughed off. Chao Jun asked coldly, "Master Chen, you can tell me, if I come to the Great Wall of Jinqi earlier, can I enter the Summer Palace?" Chen Pingon was a little surprised. He didn't know what Chao Jun asked about this. After thinking about it, he still treated people with sincerity and gave an answer, "I'm too boring to get in." It's not that Chao Jun's talents are not enough, but that the Summer Palace presided over the battle in those years, and all lined up troops. The sole purpose is to pursue the smallest battle loss in exchange for the greatest battle exploits, to delay the war for longer, and to delay the day as much as possible. To drag a day is a day. If it were changed to a battlefield that was evenly matched, with Chao Jun's slanting character, most of it would make a difference, but compared to Lin Junbai and Scrofulariaceae, Chao Jun would definitely be inferior to them. After returning to his hometown, Chen Pingon specifically learned about Lu Sunmai's seed brother Lu Xuanmei, fellow villager Chao Jun's temperament, and the style of leading soldiers, because Wei Xian and Chao Jun had both eaten with Lu Xuanmei in the Dali army. Although they both held the title of a monk with the army, in fact they each led a battalion of cavalry in the end. Lu Xuanmei is no doubt about employing people. Regarding colleague Chao Jun, Wei Xian gave a saying that he is good at skirts and feet. Generally speaking, there are both praise and criticism. It sounds good, it means the use of soldiers is dangerous, and it is ugly, it means that it is a shameful attack, for the sake of battle, regardless of the cost. Of course Chao Jun himself will also take the lead. Chao Jun asked, "On the Tuyua mountainside, did you go with the Ascended Realm Great Demon?" Chen Pingon ignored Chao Jun's words, but took out 2 jugs of wine and handed them one to Wei Jin. Chao Jun stretched out his hand, "Lord Chen Shan, don't favor one and the other." Chen Pingon knocked out Chao Jun's palm with one elbow, and asked Wei Jin, "Have you heard of the monster sword Xiuhui Ting of Hongye Zhenzong?" Wei Jin nodded and said, "Of course, but it seems that he didn't show up during the last war. It is said that he fell in the mountain gate to recuperate." Chen Pingon stretched out his thumb, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile, "I slaughtered it easily this time." Wei and Jin did not say much, raised the jug, and lightly touched Chen Pingon. Only the sword repairman of the Great Wall of Sword Qi will know how the monster sword repairer is. Wei Jin asked with a smile, "This far tour, you'll just accept it when you see it?" Chen Pingon smiled, "I still make do with it, and it's a little bit rewarding." Wei and Jin joked, "I am the ancestor of Tuashan, so I must regret saying such a thing." Chen Pingon nodded and said, "It is necessary." Chao Jun is a little helpless, since he can't even talk. "What Hongye Zhenzong? I have never heard of it. What is the allusion to getting it right when you see it?" The great ancestor of the wild and Qin Pingan talked about this for what? In the capital of the Clouded Dynasty, Qin Pingan obtained a set of sword formations as the center of the defense formation from the hand of the Emperor Yi Bao, who was named One Step. This set of sword formations, 12 pocket flying swords, were placed like a pen on the red coral penholder. So, to be precise, they are 2 fairy soldiers. At that time, Yi Bao was full of confidence and felt that he could smash Qin Pingan. It was just 1,000 calculations. He could not count as the Qin Daoyu, who was wearing a lotus crown and a green gauze robe, but pretending to be a hermit. Qin Pingan, and with a third-in-chief by Yujing next to him, was able to dismantle the formation, but the meat buns beat the dogs, and there was no return. Earlier, I heard Lu Qin said that the owner of Linlanglu, one of the 12th floors of Bai Yujing's 5 cities, most of the family's children have a "ji" suffix in their names. If Qin Pingan is willing to cut this coral pen holder, the price can be more than the real value. Double zigzag suffix. The Yao family, Yao Jinji, Yao Xinji, and Yao Lingji of the frontier army of the Daquan dynasty all carry the word ji. As for the old lady in Xiandan City, the ascending ghost great demon of the Dao Qianggu, she is the ancestor of Xuanpu, the master of Wudi, and her real body is actually a mosquito. At that time, she was forced to leave a tale of unknown origin. It was a well-deserved high-ranking immortal soldier. The 2 characters were inscribed with a worm and bird seal, Flick. Anyone who dared to name it this way should not be underestimated, such as the Tongye sect of Tonggishao, the Deyue Qingshan in the wild world. A whisk, crimson long wooden handle, more than 3,600 white silk threads of unknown material, and a small gold ring to embellish the whisk. This thing was succeeded by Cheong'o for 2,000 years, but it has never been refined as a life thing, and on the path of darkness, it does not get the slightest bit of evil filth. In addition, 30% of the drag down the river water transport, and the pure moonlight from the bright moon and bright color. This trip is really rewarding. After drinking, Qin Pingan got up and said, "You may need to withdraw from the city for a while." Wei Jin suddenly raised his head. Qin Pingan said, "Unfortunately, the realm is borrowed." Wei Jin laughed angrily. "Why doesn't Master Lu lend me the realm? Even if I lend it to the Wei Jin, maybe he will be engraved by the wilds in turn." Qin Pingan smiled at Chao Jun. "Look, we, Daijiangxian Wei, can enter the summer palace." The body shape disappeared in a flash, and he returned to the city of Lu Qin and He Shou. The battle record has ended, and He Shou has been waiting here for a long time. Qin Pingan clasped his fist and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. He, let everyone withdraw from that half of the city." He Shou smiled and agreed. Before leaving, he hesitated. The old master turned out to hold a fist with Qin Pingan. "It seems to be in this city. One is not a disciple of Confucianism for the time being, and the other is not a Confucian temple to accompany the saints. It is more like a river and lake encounter." After He Shou and the gentleman left, Qin Pingan stood on the side of the city, raised his head and glanced at the sky and the moon. Han Chaosa returned to Howran through the place where she returned to the ruins. She followed the decree of her brother. She really went to study in Baidi City, especially reading a few more books on war. The ancient demon who returned to the world, after confirming that no one was being followed, swaggered and flew away, and then saw a tall woman in white clothes. Qin Pingan made a point to the toe and swept down the city. Qin Pingan stood on the ground, facing the tall city head, and said, "Excuse me, Master Lu, and show up for a while." Lu Qin was puzzled, and joked, "Is it a matter of lettering that needs to be done by the poor? This is a bit embarrassing." Qin Pingan was silent. Lu Xun did not continue to gag, and from the Lotus Dojo, a mustard heart came out and appeared beside Chen Pingan in the form of a Taoist figure taught by Bai Yujing's 3 palms. Lu Xun could not guess Chen Pingan's mind. On this trip, he followed the 5 sword repairmen all the way to Toil, and finally Chen Pingan succeeded in slashing the wild ancestral mountains. If the ancestors of Tuashan made the Great Wall of Jinchi an old almanac, then Chen Pingan made Tuashan an old almanac as well. In addition, the move to drag the moon is about to be completed. To talk about splitting the accounts, it means sitting on the ground and splitting the spoils, and it is not his turn. However, all the damages can be ignored, adding a round of bright moon color to the Qingming world. The benefits of the road are immeasurable. Lu Chen has made up his mind that the poor road has completed his merits and returned to Bai Yujing. Brother, you have to squeeze a smile for yourself, give yourself a thumbs up, you still have to have 2 hands, otherwise the matter is endless. Are you embarrassed to complain about the slack and laziness of the younger brother in the previous 100 years? Not only have they made up for the last 100 years, but even the merits of the next 100 years will be earned early. Furthermore, the sword box on Lu Zhi's body was borrowed or not given by Ping Dao. Chen Pingan took off the lotus crown and returned it to Lu Qin. The green gauze robe on his body also dissipated on its own, and then put away the 2 narrow knives folded on his waist. Only faced the great wall of sword qi with the back of the sword in the blue shirt. Daofa, Haoren, Shitian. Sword energy lasts forever, Thunder Pond is heavy. Qi, Dong, Qin. Fierce. Above the 2 sections of the city, there are 18 characters in total. There are Dao Fa, Haoren and Shitian engraved on one side. Thunder Pond heavy ground. On the other side, the sword energy will last forever. Qi, Dong, Qin, Meng. Old Master He Shou began to rush people. Everyone must evacuate the city head immediately. Wei Jin and Chao Jun have already left by themselves. Ma Kuxuan, Yu Shiwu and his party have also gone south, and the rest of the foreign monks who have come here to travel here have to leave one after another. Chen Pingan said, this trip to the barren hinterland, the guardian who walked with the hidden official Chen Pingan to protect the way is awe-inspiring. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there are 2 types of guardians. One is the sword servant who is enshrined by the family and is from a rebel background, similar to the great sword immortal Li Tumi of the Yan family, and Nailan Yexing of Ningfu. The sword servant said that there is no waiter. The derogatory meaning. The other is a high-level sword repair, responsible for guarding the low-level sword repair, so that the latter will not die prematurely in the war, hence the name Sword Master. Therefore, the guardian of the guard not only walks along the road, but also guards the younger generation. The teacher of the teacher, every time he passes the sword, it saves people and preaches. Lu Qin broke through Tianhuang with a solemn expression, amazing Lu Xun, fortunate to be with you. Ping's grass floats without roots, floating in the water without indulging in it. 10,000 years of criminals and sword repairs, like duckweed floating in the sky, dead without graves. Only sword energy will last. And the natal flying sword of Qin Qingdu, the eldest sword fairy, is named duckweed. The great wall of Jinchi that has stood for thousands of years, and the last hermit of the last generation of Jinchi. Looking at each other silently. Qingshan sword repair, holding a long sword night tour, with fierce sword aura far away in the highest part of the city to engrave. The person who engraved the word Ping is Chen Pingan, the swordsman. Sword of Coming Chapter 874. There is still a 4D chapter before 1 o'clock in the morning. Lu Qin rolled his sleeves and waved his hand to create a ban on heaven and earth, helping Chen Pingan to hide the bleak weather of the fall, and reminded with his heart, since you have planned for a long time, things far away in the sky, anyway, you can't control it. Then leave it alone, it's better to clean up the immediate matter first and return to the city immediately. Half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, where He Dao is located, can help Chen Ping and to stabilize Dao's heart and realm. The mountains and rivers within the small world of the human body, a heart of Tao, like a flat boat, drifting in the stormy waves, then the half of the Great Wall of Jianqi where He Dao is located is the best ballast in the world. Chen Pingan nodded, and said hoarsely, "Wait a moment." Lu Shen asked, "Why don't you fall to the front of the city? At least you don't have to suffer so much." Chen Pingan gave an answer that made Lu Chen speechless. The monk fell into the realm, and the mountains and rivers are broken, but they can benefit the martial arts. According to the method taught by Uncle Li, I can find out more of the mountain and river context formed by flesh and blood. It can also be regarded as a means to improve the physique of the martial artist. Lu Shen instantly understood. Wufu is full of vigor and knowledge. Take a trip to the barren world. For Chen Ping'an, who was in a terrible fall, of course, he couldn't afford to suffer for nothing. At the moment, there was a drag oil bottle beside the two of them. It remained silent all the time, carefully looking at the two human monks. A young human sword repairer, and a self-proclaimed helper by the former. One decline, one rise. This makes it very surprised. The 14th realm cultivation base can also borrow people. This is more shocking than seeing a 14-level monk. The world after 10,000 years is really surprising. Through the picture scroll of time given to it by that existence and several books similar to Shanhazi, it learned that the person in front of it was a Taoist priest. In the ancient times, the world's Qi-men, regardless of the human race or the monster race, were collectively referred to as Taoists. I never imagined that there is now a monk's way, as if the word Dao has been monopolized by the Taoist priests. The lotus crown worn on the head of the young Taoist priest is one of the status symbols of the Baiyujing Taoist priests. Lu Chen was also observing the ancient great monster who was repairing the ascending realm sword. It's only a few steps away, and am worried that the other party will give myself a sword without asking indiscriminately. At this moment, the big demon turned into a young face, looking at the age of a weak crown, yellow hat and blue shoes, and a linen shirt. But it doesn't seem to be a bit hostile, on the contrary. It looks like a horrendous scholar who travels to study, or from a relatively poor family background. The problem is what it looks like as a fart. It is indeed an ancient monster whose combat power can be completely comparable to the barbaric old throne. Lu Shen asked in his heart. It followed up to the top of the city. This guy's natal magic seems to be able to control the heartstrings. We all have to relax a little. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Let it follow." Chen Pingan certainly can't believe it, but she can't believe it. On the road of spiritual practice, I am used to complicating simple problems all the time, thinking and thinking, thinking more and more. It seems to be thankless, but in fact, in order to one day, face all the messy and complicated situations and be able to solve complex problems. Simplified, this is another kind of flower and fruit at the same time. Lu Shen stretched out his hand to put Chen Pingan's arm, shrank the mountains and rivers, and came to the city together. When he arrived at the head of the city, Chen Pingan sat on the ground and sat cross-legged on the head of the city. He put his hands on his knees and exhaled a heavy breath. Although his body and spirit were bleak, the martial artist was so strong that he still made the monster look at him with admiration and physical toughness. "I'm not losing to the monster race." Seeing the young race's palm facing up, breathing and breathing gently, it is a life thing that moves the 5 elements. Its face is 7 orifices, the mist is like white snakes, and between the sleeves, it is like a green dragon lingering around. It nodded in approval and said, "Good weather." Somehow, when I came here, I had already learned the Dia dialect of Zhongtu Shenzhou and the Dali Mandarin dialect of Aquarius. Lu Shen reminded, it is best to take out all the external objects that have not been practiced. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, and took off the knight tore behind him, a sword-raising gourd that had been a hip flask for many years. Take out the Xing Xing Zhan Canned, 2 narrow knives with different kings and ministers. A whisk, a set of sword formations, and a coral pen holder. 3 treasures of the rank of immortal soldiers. The eyelids trembled when he saw the ascending realm monster race sword repair. Is not an ancient soldier, or a fairy soldier cast by later generations. Lu Shen was just like a babbling housekeeper, and continued to ask, how to deal with this inexplicable guy in front of me. Chen Pingan can rest assured to be a hand-handling shopkeeper. Lu Chen can't rest assured that there is an ascendant peak swordsman next to him. If he is the only one present, even face-to-face quarrels will be indifferent, but if he wants to protect Chen Pingan, Lu Chen is really worried. Chen Pingan obviously did not intend to just pick up his sons like this. He was not in a hurry to become immersed, and turned around and asked, "Did you give yourself an alias?" The big demon immediately knelt down and whispered, "Never." Chen Pingan thought for a while, and suggested, "It's better to say, like a candle, like a candle, like a candle, like a candle. How do you feel about it?" The big demon nodded and said, "Good name." It seemed to feel that it was not sincere enough, and added a saying, "Fortunately." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "But in my hometown, whether monks or ordinary people want to take root, you can give yourself a pseudonym as soon as the household registration file says. The real body of this great demon is a spider. And spiders are also called Proki and Shizi. So in the small town of Chen Pingan's hometown, there is an old saying that has been passed down orally from generation to generation: spiders gather Pepsi. The old people use spiders to make webs as a sign of joy. They saw spider webs at home. No matter whether there are spiders in the webs or not, the owner of the house does not usually clean them. Only during the New Year's Day, the old man gently rolls it up with a broomstick, and then let the children at home take the broom and send it out. The child holding the broom on the way also needs to say a few words like, "Thank you for the old, please add the new happy," which means saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new. When Chen Pingan left his hometown for a long trip, he discovered that Haoren had the custom of Qixi festival. The women wore new clothes and placed melon and fruit cakes in the courtyard. They looked like spider webs, as well as handmade colorful embroidered paper cuts. After burning incense and candles, the woman held the colored thread in her hand, facing the lamp shadow, and threaded the thread through the pinhole, in order to be clever with the gods. If the real body of the great sword immortal Zhanglu, Tianlu, is a kind of auspicious beast, then the spider is a kind of happy insect that can predict auspiciousness. Chen Pingan also found patterns on some temple murals and some literati calligraphy and paintings with spider silk hanging down and spiders hovering, and it was called "Happy Falling from the Sky." You must know that Chen Pingan is a man who is on the threshold of King Fufang's shop and refuses to move without waiting for the phrase, "Gong Xie Fei Kai." It smiled and said, "Let me think about it." Flicking through the books in Xinhu, planning to find a more elegant pseudonym for herself. Lu Qin rubbed his eyes. This fellow Taoist even had a somewhat shy look. I met for the first time in that round of Haotsai Mingyue, but it was not such a gentle temper. It glanced at the vast territory south of the city head, and remembered the previous conversation. If the master expels you, you will return a swordsmanship to me. The host. The light and fluttering sentence of one of the highest ones, it was like Bai Zhe held his head and smashed hundreds of big pits on the ground in the early years, and then dragged it to the bright moon and threw it fiercely, smashing into an old nest. Its swordsmanship, in the early years, it was the sword-holder who had been asking for it. As for 10,000 years later, Bai Zhe let it wake up and then wake up, of course, after climbing to practice, Bai Zhe has been severely taught. When it heard that name, it immediately came to a sudden. I dare not say one more word. Even because it was worried about troubles, it took the initiative to use an ancient, closing the mountain, secret technique to block all reveries related to the word master. Only left a very heavy thought for himself, reminding himself not to disobey this person, a human monk named Qin Pingan. So Lu Qin said that it is good at manipulating heartstrings, and what he said is true. Qin Pingan said, "We have 3 chapters of the law, and we have returned to the world with me. Taoists must abide by it." It sternly said, "Master, please speak." In the gap between finding a name for herself, she also learned a lot of how to call her. First, after returning to my hometown with me, you are not allowed to shoot at a trainer who is below the Yupu realm, no matter what the reason is. It nodded, the Qi trainer under the upper 5 realms, all magic powers, all attacking magic weapons, even the flying swords of sword repair, just treat it as tickling it, and worry about it. Secondly, in the Ascendant realm, the 2 monks of Yupu and Immortal encounter conflicts. You can detain them and ban them, but you can't kill them without authorization based on your preferences. It still has no objections. The avenue is dangerous, so be careful. When I woke up this time, I first encountered a large number of sword repairers. There was a bright moon in the sky. No, it was 2 bright moons. If you said nothing, it was gone. Then I looked down and added that there was a missing moon in the world. Mountain. Today's awe-inspiring world is too scary. The sun reminded him that he seemed to be restrained, but in fact he was kind, and he had to know what was good or bad. Finally, when you get to my hometown, you will treat it as if you were going to the village, do as the customs, talk less, watch more, practice carefully, and be a good person. In addition to these 3 things, my downfall mountain has few rules and no landscape taboos. In addition to the realm, you still need to cover up, so that you don't need to deliberately conceal your identity as a monster. It nodded, I have written all the reminders from the sun. Qin Pingan glanced at Lu Xun. In fact, Qin Pingan is also very strange. It seems that the amiable, young, monk in front of him is too far apart from the ascendant swordsman who first met on the side of the bright moon and on the spider silk. Speaking like a schoolboy who is listening to the teacher's lectures. Lu Xun said in his heart, it may be a kind of secret swordsmanship to cut the character, suppressing all the fierce nature, this kind of thing, you are not unfamiliar. Qin Pingan said, in the future, in the Haoran world, I will help you to be rational when you encounter an unreasonable monk. You have to adapt quickly to this kind of going to the village and doing the same. It smiled and said nothing. After all, is an ascending realm sword repairman. In the wild world where the strong respects the strong, he still has to rely on the realm to speak. Qin Pingan didn't take it seriously and smiled. After talking about the truth, you will come out again. It just hummed, it's pretty much the same. It saw that Qin Pingan was going to heal his injuries, and said, young master, I have given myself a pseudonym, Unfamiliar, is it appropriate? If the young master thinks it is feasible, he will call me a little stranger later. Lu Xun smiled awkwardly. Eavesdropping is really not authentic. At the same time, Lu Qin secretly raised the level of swordsmanship of this senior Shizhu. Qin Pingan is not much better. He takes one bite at a time, and finally cultivates a kind of supernatural powers that can be heard by the old cook, but then he has another one. Qin Pingan smiled and said, what's wrong with this? But you can just call my name later. It nodded and said, okay, son. Xiao Mo, this is a meeting ceremony. Qin Pingan spread out his palms, like a pocket-sized moon, rising slowly among the mountains and rivers in the palm of his palm, hanging high in the sky, the moonlight shattered by the long sword was broken and round. Lu Xun smiled. This is my gift to the sun in return. It twisted the bright moon with 2 fingers, gently put it in its sleeve, and then turned its palm. There was an ancient relic, Qiangli Yuyu, full of moonlight and snowy white. Under closer inspection, more than 100 buildings, ancient styles, row upon row. Lu Xun's eyes hinted that Chen Pingan, don't be so polite. This is a veritable former site of the Moon Palace, such as the Dragon Palace of the ancient Dragon King of the Four Seas. Chen Pingan thanked him and put it in his sleeve without hesitation. After Lu Xianyang and Xia Yu's wedding, there was money for them. Lu Xun sighed and roughly guessed Chen Pingan's thinking, the boy with good fortune, really is a boy with good fortune. Chen Pingan began to stabilize his realm, just like in the world, he had to quell his rebellion and clean up the old mountains and rivers. Returning from the end of Wu Fu to the real level fell to a level of vigor. From the monk's Yupu realm, he fell all the way to the Jindan realm. Lu Chen and Daoist Shizhu sat farther away, chatting together. I took out 2 pots of special peach pulp immortal brew from Baiyu Jingshan Xiaocheng, and took out a piece of talisman paper as big as a sketch of a bucket as a tablecloth, put a few dishes with wine, hand-picked cucumbers, cold pig ears, and finally a plate pine nuts and almonds are full of dang. Looking at the slightly restrained Daoist Shizhu, Lu Chen became more and more surprised, controlling his mood and changing his mind. This is obviously a method of ancient gods. These old predecessors have used many lost methods, which is really eye-opening. Lu Xun asked with a smile, Senior Shizhu returned to the world this time, how do you feel about it? Xiao Imo looked melancholy and said, there are 2 things that are 2 different things, but friends are scattered, the heart is like a knife, and the grief is broken, and the feelings are uncontrollable. Pause for a moment, Xiao Imo raised the wine glass and made a more concise summary of his mood, just one word, bitter. Lu Chen followed by raising the wine glass and tapping it lightly, I heard this, the trail is about to stop senior. Xiao Imo said, but it's okay to say. Lu Chen smiled and said, life is hard to come by. Besides, there are people who share hardships, and suffering will not be so bitter. Xiao Mo was deeply impressed, and smiled, friend Lu Daoist sees you well. Lu Xun asked, the predecessors seem to be in the later generations, the reputation is not obvious. The implication is that you have such a high level of predecessor, why you have not left a series of feats in the wild world, which will be passed down in the world for thousands of years. Xiao Mo nodded and said, I like to concentrate on swordsmanship. I don't like to fight with anyone. I'm really good at doing things with power and prestige. Lu Xun sighed, the hero is nameless, it's wrong in the world. You must go with your predecessor. After Xiao Mo and Lu Chen each drank a glass of wine, they thought for a while, I once hunted down Yang Ji, but unfortunately I was not good at swordsmanship. It took more than a month to kill Yang Ji, but Xu Nian stopped and saved him. I was one enemy too, and I ran away if I couldn't fight. Lu Chen shook his hand and almost spilled the drink on the ground. He quickly cast a spell to pour the drink back into the glass, then drank it with his head up, wiped the corners of his mouth, and quickly apologized. I heard that the feat is like a thunderbolt in the sky. Got a gaff. Although Xiao Mo had doubts in his heart, a 14th level monk, why did he make a fuss about this kind of thing? But the other party was like that. Joining, Xiao Mo also smiled a little more on his face. There is no way, this ancient great demon that has been sleeping for a long time has more memories, or those tragic battles in which all the gods fell like heavy rain 10,000 years ago, and the corpses of the great demon piled up into mountains after the death of the great demon. Nowadays, the majestic mountains that are regarded as the ancestral mountains and main peaks in the barbaric world are almost all turned into remnants of the corpse of the great demon's true body. Naturally, it never feels that any catch and fight is worthy of the word peak. Lu Xun and Xiao Mo talked about the old co-owner of Diluo and the ancestors who moved to the mountain. Zhu Wei is still happy now, but on the contrary, he was detained by the Confucian temple at the site of the alchemy furnace abandoned by Dao Zu. Xiao Mo listened seriously, apparently an excellent listener. After Lu Chen finished nagging, he took a sip of wine. It turns out that Zhu Wei and Yang Ji have never formed a Taoist couple. Looking around, Xiao Mo then sighed with emotion. The Tao is uncertain, and the three realms are insecure. It is like being in a firehouse, full of suffering, endless karma, and terrible fear. Lu Shen nodded and said, the firehouse in the three realms, the clouds, and the water are cool, and it is becoming more and more valuable for people to travel freely. Lu Qin picked up a chopsticks dish, chewed slowly, and asked curiously, Senior is still studying Buddhism. Xiao Mo smiled. I was fortunate enough to listen to a monk's statement under the Bodhi tree. It is beyond the barriers of words and can accommodate guests from all directions. It is truly incomparable. Lu Shen couldn't talk anymore. He has never dared to deal with the Buddha. Xiao Mo asked, the son in his hometown seems to have a major legacy. Lu Shen nodded and shook his head, yes, no more. Wen Hai is careful, young hidden official, two completely different kinds of people. Careful, pursue the maximization of profit. Chen Pingan is always pursuing errorlessness and preventing the worst result from appearing. As Chen Ping's successor, Beta Shengjing Juzhong, in fact, did not rank high on the top of Zhongtu Shenzhou earlier. Otherwise, Pei Kup brought his disciple Chao Ci back from the Great Wall of Jinchi, and returned to Middle-earth from the Fallen Mountain, and asked about Baidi City. But for the hidden Jing Juzhong, Lu Chen always felt that he couldn't be too high on him. Only 1,000 days is a thief, there is no reason for 1,000 days to prevent thieves. When Zhou Mi felt that Chen Pingan was most complacent, and the Saint of Rights never sat in the awe-inspiring world, the opportunity was indeed rare and fleeting. Then, Jing Juzhong, who has already entered the 14th realm, is indeed the most suitable person to play against Zhou Mi's irrational hand. The question is, did Chen Ping'an intercede with Jing Juzhong? Or did you do something quietly? In either case, Lu Chen felt that Chen Pingan would pay a high price. Xiao Mo said, when I follow the sun back to my hometown, I think there is always a chance to do my best. Lu Shen smiled and said, you can have it, not too much. Xiao Mo nodded and said yes, then looked into the distance, smiled and said, I learn the sword faster, and make the sword faster. Only mentioning swordsmanship, did it reveal the aura that a peak demon should have. After, Lu Chen and Xiao Mo talked about the customs of the world. In fact, there is no shortage of strange people and strangers in the world. Qingming Tianxia, the territory is roughly divided into 19 states, while Haoran is Zhuzhou. It can be seen that the mountain and water transportation of the two worlds are very different. Even in a world full of Taoist officials, there are still some temples. Those Buddhist monasteries and dragon elephants, the Dharma is difficult and incredible, beyond imagination. Lu Shen traveled the world and visited the big temple. There was an old monk in a small temple who was an unknown person. He was close to the heart of the sky. The room where the old abbot was located was a place that could accommodate thousands of teachers and sons. Seat. Xian Du Guan Sun Dao Cheng, Wishuangjiang, needless to say. The year-old Chu Gong Shou Sui, the guy with the nickname Xiao Bai, seems to be overestimated, but in fact has been underestimated. A free repair sword fairy named Nia Bishai Nianzhou, who has been in the cloud and water for 3,000 years, his whereabouts are uncertain, playing the world. The great monk Yuan Huanxian, the Taoist name is Nanyang Yu, the nickname is a Ci poet, and an iron flute is attached to his waist. He claims to be, heaven knows me sincerely, but he is the existence of, heaven raises the word man with 100 evils. A Shanin feather guest, named Tai, likes to raise geese. Lu Chen mentioned more than a dozen names in one breath, and the life and deeds of any Taoist official can be written as a strange and strange. As for the way of martial arts, Lin Zhongxian, the world's first martial artist. And the hard work of Runua Peak's name is hard work. As a result, martial arts practice is not hard at all. Even if you switch to practice, it is not hard. Knowing that naming works so well, Lu Qin changed his name to Lu Yudi, and Taoist name Ant. The Baiyujing in the Qingming world is similar to the Middle-earth God continent in the awe-inspiring world, not the Middle-earth Confucian temple. Is in charge of the entire world, and its jurisdiction is like a private boundary of a sect. On the other hand, the territory that really belongs to the Confucian temple is actually only the 3 University Palace and the 72 Academy. These things are all talks between Lu Qin and Xiaoma Dao, friends at the wine table at first sight. I just accidentally listened to the young hidden official. How could it be considered that Baiyujing Lu Zhangjiao collided with the enemy and rebelled and killed the individual unjustly? Whoever dares to wrong the poor Dao is about to move out of Brother Yu. Although Chen Pingan is like an old monk entering Ding, in fact, the conversation between Lu Qin and Xiao Mo can be heard. Before Ning Yao from the colorful world, the sword soaring, if it was not a temporary intention, otherwise she could bring Chen Ping in a piece of spy information about the Qingming world, which is the result of the collection of the sword repair of Feixingcheng, roughly recorded. Major events that have occurred in the Qingming world in the last 1,000 years. The intelligence taught by Zhang Lu can of course be able to find out and fill in the gaps, and compared to those rumors, they will be closer to the truth. Lu Daoyu's second hometown, high-ranking people come out in large numbers. Presumably, Baiyujing, who is a big leader in the world, will only be even more unattainable. Xiao Mo sighed with emotion, I will not go to travel in the future. Lu Xun smiled and said nothing, this was too early. Xiao Mo asked, what is the place of the sun's hometown? After all, I will settle down there in the future. Lu Chen was full of triumph. He held a cup in one hand, shook it lightly, held chopsticks in one hand, and flew under the chopsticks. He said vaguely, the Taoist friend is asking the right person. Xiao Dao has set up a fortune-telling booth for many years. Well, there is a reputation, old, young, women and children, when they saw the trail, their eyes and complexions were full of enthusiasm from the heart. Let's make an analogy, your son, how was he seen in the Great Wall of Jianqi? That old Lizhu cave sky is just how popular it is. Xiao Mo leaned forward, holding his sleeves empty with one hand, and twisting an almond from the dish with the other. Listening to Lu Daoyu's words, he put the dry-fried almond in his mouth and chewed and swallowed it before he nodded clearly. Friend Lu Dao is very popular, I don't think it is strange. Lu Qin raised his hand holding the chopsticks, blocked his mouth, and lowered his voice. It's just that Brother Xiao Mo needs to pay attention to something. When you get there, listen to your son's advice, and you really have to be careful. As for the reason, let Xiao Dao be fellow Daoist said slowly. Xiao Mo listened to Lu Daoyu's introduction, and was full of vigilance at the Lizhu cave sky, frowned slightly, and was very sad. As expected, he was a veritable dead man. But the most dangerous thing has actually passed. Because there is no need to return swordsmanship for the time being. Once Chen Pingan, the young hidden official, engraved the characters Ping or the words Qing and Du on the side of the city. Then it will be brought back to the city's head by the supreme being who taught him swordsmanship, then stand still, and be cut off by Chen Pingan. Anyway, it will have to let the latter cut out an engraved combat merit. Add the previously existing Chen character. May come together with two names, or Chen Pingan. Either Chen Qingdu. Chen Qingdu, Xiao Mo is of course very familiar. Was a sword repairer who was not the best in his early years, but had the most stable ascent. After reaching the summit, Chen Qingdu was the most difficult to deal with, the sword was the most ruthless, and there were many strange things. Lu Qin raised his wine glass. I can rest assured if there is a small street friend as the protector. Xiao Mo shook his head and said, I'm not a protector, I'm just a dead man. It does not have so many curved intestines. Just like meeting the Supreme Being before, the two sides reunited after a long time. Even after 10,000 years, it is still grateful and awe is still there. We'll never fight back. This has nothing to do with the swordsmanship and realm of both sides. Otherwise, even if you are against Baizé, if there is a dispute, there is really a great dispute involving life and death, even if it can't be beaten, is it possible that you can't even fight to the death? When will sword repair only hand swords to the lower realm? There is no such reason. In addition to fighting with Baizé from the world to the bright moon, Hao Kai, the great ancestor who later occupied Tuiyue Mountain and opened up the Hall of Heroes rises. There is even the first monk in heaven and earth. There are two sword repairmen who are in the same generation as Chen Qingdu, one is Yuan Xiang and the other is Long Jun. Which one hasn't played before? Of course, they all lost. Brother Xiaomo, what do you think is the most important thing to be a human being? Living for a long time. For example, 10,000 years ago, it formed a net to catch all the flying birds in the sky. The genus of luan, phoenix, and crane are all food for the belly. There is another one who flutters his wings and travels between the world and the earth, who likes to drive away from the sea. Jiaolong, after gathering, swallow again. Friends Lu does not seem to agree. You have to speak of conscience. People treat people as scholars, and I serve as scholars. Xiao Mo quickly checked the Xinhu books to find the meaning of the word guosher. Before you return to your hometown, can you go to see Xiancha? Chen Pingan suddenly asked. Of course it's not to let you recognize his identity as the first apprentice. This is your own family affair, and I don't mix it up. Xiancha, also known as Gu Qingsong, is a strange man who doesn't move in the name of realm. He once helped Lu Xun to punt the sea to visit the immortals, so Chao Rong and He Xiaoliang have been regarded as unregistered disciples of the master Lu Xun. Gu Qingsong was at the Confucian temple. He had promised himself that in the future, he would take care of all the disciples of Luopishan he met on the path of spiritual practice. Lu Xunqi smiled and said, You just don't take the fall seriously. Chen Pingan said, Habits are good, practice makes perfect. That's why you don't know when I am here, how many times the golden core has been broken, and how many times have fallen. Xiao Mo sighed sincerely, the young master is a true sword and immortal. Lu Xun said, No problem, I promised you, just meet that fool. Chen Pingan even had spare energy and threw something to Lu Qin. After Lu Xun took over, it was the coral pen holder, and said in surprise, Gave me away. The young hidden official squinted at Lu Zhangjiao. Lu Xun said angrily, I can try to get half of the Dragon Palace revenue from Wang Dongji, but how do we divide the accounts? Chen Pingan said, Teacher Lu takes care of it, according to his conscience. Xiao Mo smiled and nodded. It seemed that the son really regarded himself as his own person. He had spoken so politely before, but when he came to Lu Daoyu, it seemed to be different. Chen Pingan said, You and I are divided into 3 to 7. The premise is on the Yunxia mountain of Aquarius Island. You have to help me figure out a countermeasure. If it is feasible, we will divide the account between 4 and 6. When Yongxiashan Kai Jinjian helped Fei Jin spread the letter, Chen Pingan must pay back the incense. What's more, the Ginyan Feng Dixian I just met, Huang Zhongho, the owner of the peak, is also quite interesting. He can be regarded as a half-drinker. In the past 100 years, Yunxia Mountain could not stop the trend of gas flow, and the skin was empty, so even if Yunxia Mountain was included in the sect, within 300 years, the Yunxia 19 peaks, including the green juniper and Gingyun, and those beautiful mountains and rivers that have not yet been opened by the immortals, will become a cloud of smoke, and become a place with thin spiritual energy that is not suitable for cultivation. And the decline of Yunxia Mountain's luck is quite strange. In the view of Chen Pingan, who was cultivated in the 14 realms at that time, it was not even the two characters of mountain and water that could be solved. Wonderful, there is a treasure in the poor road, and it is quite fate with that Yunxia Mountain. Qingxia Yui is not dead, it is a coincidence, and the right medicine is prescribed. Lu Shen laughed, and from his sleeve he drew out a jade, more embossed. This object has a big strangeness, the color can change with the seasons, showing different auspicious patterns in ancient seal characters, corresponding to the 4 seasons. Chen Pingan nodded, then I'll help Master Lu to meet Senior Gu on the sea, and then go ashore and take a trip to Yunxia Mountain in person. Lu Shen wondered, don't you send this thing by yourself? Chen Pingan smiled and said, learn do you? Otherwise, I have to go to Zhenjianfeng to find Huang Zhongho for a drink in the future, and I will lose my taste. Lu Shen asked, do you? Who is sacred? Chen Pingan did not respond, and became immersed again. Lu Shen had to continue drinking with Xiao Mo and stopped talking. Xiao Mo looked at the young Taoist priest wearing a lotus crown. Being alive, it is inevitable to feel lonely. Who knows to ask for the truth but not for the fish, at this time he recognizes his freedom. Jing Juzhong deserves to be Jing Juzhong. Lu Chen suddenly showed joy, this is completely blocked, and there is no omission, and some hidden dangers have been solved easily. Chen Pingan opened his eyes and spread out his hands, come on with a pot of wine. Lu Chen threw a pot of peach syrup from Shenshao City. Chen Pingan opened the mud seal, took a big sip, and whispered softly, damn, I will kill this one day. Xiao Mo still said from the bottom of his heart, the young man is a true sword and immortal. Lu Shen wiped his face, this little fellow Daoist, in the Luopa mountain, he can surely get mixed up. The downfall of the mountain world is another very ordinary day, sunny and sunny. Today, Zhu Lian was on the side of Huimeng Mountain in Daxing construction, and took Jiang to go to the end in person. The old cook was fighting, and the young monk was helping the craftsman on the mountain to flick the line. The little Nuanshu is still busy on the side of Luopa Mountain. In the morning, I first went to the master's house on the first floor of the bamboo building to clean it. The books on the table were accidentally skewed a little bit. The accountant's Mr. Wei Wenlong was reconciling with Zhang Jiajin, who was half of his disciple. Zhang Li Changming sat aside and drank tea in silence. Miyu was sitting on the stone bench beside the cliff, sipping melon seeds, and staring with a small Zhou Qinghuang incense man who came to the mountain to burn incense. Without Chen Lingjun being there to thread the needles, but the young actually didn't know what to talk about. If the Tsingyi boy is here, it will be lively, and there will always be some words that make Miyu confused. For example, when it comes to getting people's hands soft, Chen Lingjun will look at each other with Xianghua Shaoran, and then a loud voice laughing, a belly laugh, rolling around with his belly on the table. Even Miyu turned his head a few times before knowing what the two embryos were talking about. Miyu was wondering, really all the skills learned from the janitor Jingdafeng? This made me Deji Yanxian more fascinated by the brother Gale. The old cook, Wei Shanjun, plus Chen Lingjun, one by one, they all like to push the credit to Jingdafeng anyway, so in me Deji Yanxian's heart, there is an extremely stalwart image, capable of literary and military skills. Looks dignified. The game of chess is very good. Even Zhu Lian and Wei Bo couldn't win. They can also talk about the knowledge of imperial examination system with Chao Qingqing and Yuan Lai, two young reading seeds. It is said that every day guarding the gate here, he will patiently give instructions to Tsin Yuanji. Speech is humorous, capable of energizing, vulgar and elegant. White-haired hairpins are always showing up, and when men are pouting, there is nothing wrong with women, so they have to stand aside. At the gate of the mountain, the right guardian of Luapa Mountain is dozing off on a bamboo chair, holding a golden pole and a green bamboo stick, and a chicken pecking at rice. The little girl in black rubbed her eyes, and began to expect the good guy mountain master to take herself to the Red Candle Town to play together, walking around the rivers and lakes regardless of distance. There are good days during the day and good evenings at night. Fireflies are flying, crickets and frogs are arguing, and the flowing water between the fields is stopping by. The weeds dozed off in the breeze, and the stars in the sky blinked at the world. The millet grains jumped up one by one, holding a golden pole in one hand, and a hiking stick in one hand, playing a set of crazy sword skills learned from the money. Chen Lingjun was at the pavilion on the mountain road, pulling his good brother Bai Xian to watch a beautiful scene. Bai Xian made a pot of wolfberry tea for himself before going out. Chen Lingjun said that drinking this kind of tea would make him look like an old-fashioned quack. Bai Xian is very annoyed now. It's not like practicing sword, it's really hard to learn boxing. Just look at it and use it. Fortunately, as long as you don't enter the ring, you will still be invincible. Chen Lingjun often used which pot to open and not to mention which pot. He said that the last time you competed with Pei Qian, it was very powerful, and everyone was going to fall down. He was so shocked to stand back. If it were not his own brother, Bai Xian would have rolled up his sleeves and had a fight. A penny stumped the heroes. Chen Lingjun was on the side of Luapa Mountain a few years ago. He was shy in his pocket and had no money to hold his own. He really couldn't keep the money. In those years when Luapashan was the hardest, Chen Lingjun was desperate to save face. In fact, he paid out of his own pocket and changed the way to send money to his mountain. Except for the untouchable daughter-in-law, there is indeed no spare money on hand. Later, Shanman's salary, most of the money, was on the Luzhou trip to Beiju, and made a few friends. He was used to spending a lot of money, and it was gone early. So every time he looked in the mirror, Chen Ling would spend a lot of money to talk, and he had to brew for a long time about what to say, so it was not a waste of money. Fortunately, I met the Chief Zhou, who is rich and powerful, but is 100 times better than Wei Shanjun. Because Chief Zhou left 2 bags of fairy money, a bag of rain money, and a bag of small summer money, all to Chen Lingjun, saying that he was asked to help him, and don't let fairy Yidefeng Liu's mirror flower water moon be too deserted. Before, there was a drink in Qilong Lane. Chen Lingjun, Chief Zhou, and the host Jiao Lao Shinxian all had a good time. Chen Lingjun drank a blushing face, stood on the bench, patted his chest vigorously, and assured Jiang Shangjin, "Which one of our brothers in whom, don't talk much, we are all in the wine, see you later." Yidefeng, the female cultivator Lu Runyan, was secretly opened by the fairy in Nantang Lake. There were not many visitors, but the aura of Yidefeng was not small. Jinghua Shueyue, who was just supported by 2 people, one called Bengli Zhenjuan and the other called Longli Xiabatio, the shot was outrageous. In Qilong Alley, the white-haired boy at the New Year's shop was so angry that the little dumb boy was so angry that he pulled the girl peanuts from the shop next door, soaked in the sun at the door, and ate the pastries on credit. I was thinking about cheating some money from Chui Peanut to pay off the debt. Old Shinxian Jia came from his Chao-Tu shop to the next door, at the counter, chatting with old brother Shi. Although Shi Ro annoys this neighbor who likes to show off, she has to admit that this old Jia is really not a mix of food and drink. For example, every February 2nd, the blind old Taoist will let his disciple Tianjie be the money dragon, pick up a kettle, put in a few coins, go to the well to draw water, and on the way back, sprinkle the pot of water all the way, and finally pour the remaining pot of water and the coins into the water tank in the backyard of the shop. In addition, every time to Qingming, burning paper money at the corner of the street, in fact, pays more attention. In Luopa Mountain, the most caring about these old customs, except for the steward Zhu Lian, is this old fairy Jia who has traveled north and south for more than half his life. Neighbors' celebrations will also help. Just eat a meal and don't charge money. Not only small towns. In fact, several prefectures and counties in Longzhou will also invite the more and more famous old Jia, a wealthy portal, of course. You have to give a red envelope, depending on the size of your heart, and do what you can. It doesn't matter if you give too much, if you give less. If the family is not well off, the veteran will not take a penny, eat a meal and give a pot of local rice wine, which is enough. People in Luopa Mountain may really like to drink, or eat as a meal, only Jiaxing. In fact, neither Mi Yu nor Chen Ling are so old-fashioned to drink. Today, the old Taoist leaned against the counter and chatted with Shi Rou about his mountain lord. The fairy Jia stroked his beard and smiled. Our mountain lord's words and deeds are cautious, don't underestimate it, this is a kind of precept. In the entire Dali Longzhou boundary, except for a few monks, there is no idea what happened up and down the mountain. In fact, almost the entire Aquarius gas trainer is so ignorant. Because of that vision, it was too fast. The sky opens with holes, a white light flashes away. In the fallen mountain, only Cui Dongshan, lying in the corridor on the second floor of the bamboo building, noticed something wrong. The Wawawatian demon over Qilong Lane felt a terrifying power that was almost suffocating. Is like a huge calamity in which the ascending realm great monk breaks through the realm. Mountain monarch Weibo felt in his heart. In an instant, Weibo even mistakenly thought that the entire Beiyue boundary would be destroyed. He just waited until Weibo left the mansion and came to the top of Piyun Mountain, and found that there was nothing unusual. Illusion. Is certainly not an illusion. That was Zhou Mi's handwriting personally to the world. Is Zhou Mi's first real sharp shot after reaching the sky. It was just an extinction disaster that was originally enough to make the entire old Lizhu cave disappear, only because one person blocked it, it disappeared in an instant. A strange man who seems to be a visitor, slender, wearing a snow-white robe, standing at the table at the gate of Luopa Mountain, with a gentle smile, turning his head and asking a little black girl softly, "Can you sit?" Sort of coming Chapter 876. The second chapter update is a bit late, 14,000 words chapter. Yes, of course. The little girl hurriedly put down the golden shoulder pole and the green bamboo stick, reached out and grabbed the rope of the messenger bag, and ran all the way to the table. She was so tall, she would have missed 2 steps if she knew it. Xiaomili raised his head and asked, "If a guest is just passing by and is thirsty, and is very anxious, there will be white water on the table. If you want to rest for a while, look at the scenery, you can drink tea, I will go and boil a pot of hot water for the guest." With a small face, it seems that he is looking forward to the guests not being anxious. The man smiled and said, "I'm not particularly anxious to hurry." Because before Li Xing returned to Haoran, he had to stay near Luopa Mountain. Millet Grains immediately smiled brightly, "My own tea is so famous, but some old seniors who passed by here like my husband said that it is delicious. The guests wait, sit down, and I will go to boil water and make tea." Seeing that the guest was still standing, Xiaomili immediately glanced at the long stool and added with a smile, "Guests can rest assured, although it was raining not long ago, I wiped them carefully with a rag and sleeve. I dare not say that the tables and stools are spotless, they must be fairly clean. The right guardian of Luopa ran to wipe every half an hour, can it be clean?" The man smiled and said, "Okay." The little girl in black returned soon, standing on tiptoes, with skillful movements and clever hands and feet, and handed the guests a cup of hot tea. The man took the teacup with both hands and thanked him. Millet scratched her face, smiled shyly, waved her hand softly, said goodbye, returned to the bamboo chair on the other side of the mountain gate, stopped and turned around, and called her if she had something to do with the guest. The man was sipping tea, in a leisurely manner, and looked very immortal. Seeing the little girl's gaze, the man smiled and lifted the tea bowl. Xiaomili smiled, a little embarrassed, turned his head quickly, and continued to sit on his own. In the distance, there was a boy in Tsing-yi who hiccuped and saw the millet grain sitting on a small bench. On the other side of the table, there was also a strange man sitting on the table, dressed like a big white goose. Chen Lingjun swayed his sleeves and shouted from a distance, "Yeah, Millet, are you coming again?" Xiaomili replied, "Oh, Jingqing is back to the mountain." Chen Lingjun asked, "Would you like to help the right guard?" Millet grinned and waved his big hand, don't use it." When he got closer to the table, Chen Lingjun began to slow down, and his sleeves stopped swaying. Seeing that man, he looked like a scholar, a good scholar, and a gentleman who speaks but doesn't do anything. Chen Lingjun stood at the table, just between the guests and the millet grains. Chen Lingjun thought, "Luopashan Chen Lingjun, I'm seeing your husband. I don't know if the husband is a visiting friend or just passing by to enjoy the scenery." The man smiled and said, "You are welcome, you and my master are good friends." Chen Lingjun was at a loss. He had too many friends from the rivers and lakes, and he didn't know who he was talking about. Anxious. Worried about being a young Taoist priest on the ground. The practice of the little Taoist priest himself is estimated to be relatively tired and lazy at ordinary times, sparse and ordinary, with a low level of realm. But the master who can't hold others is the master of the underworld of Luzhou in Beiju. Chen Lingjun continued with a smile and asked, "Mr. is from Hongzhou town, right? Has he ever been blocked by a fart boy who set up a stall in the pavilion?" The man continued to answer the wrong question. "My master is Chen Zhuliu from Beiju Luzhou." Chen Lingjun suddenly realized that his thing, "I finally met a normal person by Uncle Chen." The more he looked, the more he looked like Chen Zuolius' disciple, a scholar, a bookish man. But Chen Zhuliu, who is too poor, is fine. Is it possible that he has taken a rich apprentice in his pocket? What is missing to make up for? Chen Lingjun coughed a few times, his sleeves shook, and he sat on the bench. "Then you will count on your seniority. You don't need to call my uncle. You can call me a friend of Jingqing. Anyway, your master is not here." Intersect peers. Seeing that the man stopped drinking tea, he smiled playfully. Chen Lingjun took a reassurance pill, and he was certain that Chen Zhuliu deceived a rich kid at the foot of the mountain. He didn't even know that the Taoists in the mountains of my generation, and the colors are permanent. How can one judge his age by his appearance? Could it be that Chen Zhuliu is not authentic? He has never mentioned such a good brother on his disciple's side. Damn, if you're so unpretentious, next time you meet, it's up to me how to deal with him. Suddenly, Chen Lingjun's inspiration suddenly appeared, and he was a little bit nervous again, and said tentatively, "Chen Zhuliu has accepted a good disciple. I think my brother, your realm is not low." Chen Lingjun felt that he was quite good at never making the same mistake. Zheng Juzhong seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and said, "Not low, not high, temporarily the same level as the master. Be sure." Chen Lingjun laughed heartily when he heard the words, and gave him a thumbs up, "Not bad, not bad." Zheng Juzhong smiled and said, "The flying dragon is in the sky, Yun Yutian. The old sword blade is astringent, and the color is still alive. When the thunderstorm passes, the dark roar on the wall makes peace with it." Chen Lingjun heard this and kept nodding. "Are you dragging text with me?" As expected of Chen Zuolius' apprentice. Chen Lingjun no longer had the slightest doubt. As for how the other party bypassed by Xian and Zhao Shusha, he sneaked over here. Anyway, there is a big white goose on the mountain, and there is also a Wei Shanjun to the north, and there is always no mistake. Cui Dongshan stood at the top of the mountain road steps, squinting at the guy at the mountain gate who was chattering with Uncle Qin. I have to admire Chen Lingjun's bolder life. In addition to the heavenly vision, there is actually a small ambush underground in Longji's boundary, which is extremely hidden. Once when Haik succeeded in thoroughness, the consequences would be disastrous, and all the immortals of the fallen mountain would die in the end. Fortunately, they were all cleaned up by Jing Juzhong, as clean as those long benches. The previous Baidi city lord was obviously cautious and tried to be foolproof. Before he could stop the chess piece, he had already turned the Luopa mountain and the vassal mountain back. Only Jing Juzhong, who is in the mountains, is not trapped by the stream of time, but all his words, manners, and looks are reversed with the time and flowing water, and the clothes are seamless. Of course, Cui Dongshan chose to stand still in the middle of this river. Jing Juzhong seemed to be asking about Cui Dongshan on the mountain. Do you think that the long river of time is actually going backwards, but we don't even know it? It seems to be a good proof of this matter. Even young children can do it, can't you just take a step forward? But in fact, even Cui Dongshan couldn't guarantee anything once the matter was really delved into. Almost unsolvable. Cui Dongshan said, thanks to Mr. Zheng for his righteous action. There is no return for this great kindness. Jing Juzhong shook his head. Righteous shot. Not righteous. What's more, there is never an unrequited kindness in the world, otherwise it will be a charity on one side and ungratefulness on the other side. Don't pretend to be a fool here, even if you are only half an embroidered tiger. Cui Dongshan sighed. Since he couldn't be private, he had no choice but to do business. Cui Dongshan raised 2 fingers, and then added another finger. As for the construction of Baidi city in the wild world, Luopu Mountain is willing to help, such as recruiting 2 or 3 sword celestial beings. Jing Juzhong seemed to be too lazy to let Cui Dongshan tremble with these little cleverness, and said bluntly, I was at the Qilong Lane shop before, and I negotiated a deal with your husband. You are a student, don't overdo it. Cui Dongshan was a little helpless. In fact, he was suspicious when he first saw the couplet at the New Year's Eve shop earlier. Although it is undoubtedly the handwriting of the old fairy Jia, the content of the couplet is so dangling no matter how you look at it, fools can see that something is wrong. So at that time, Cui Dongshan couldn't laugh. He grabbed the couplet and ran out of the shop, saying that he wanted to show Mr. Jia's brother, and scared the old fairy Jia to the point of death. Fortunately, Cui Dongshan scared the old fairy, and soon gave it back to Jia Xing, said it's fine to keep hanging. In fact, Cui Dongshan had already studied the material, text, signature, and seal of the couplet at that time. It was true. There was no mystery at all. It was really just a very ordinary couplet, and even the handwriting of the old fairy Jia. Undoubtedly. When Jing Juzhong broke the secret, Cui Dongshan let out a long sigh, and truly understood the true meaning of the understanding is not far away. Learning is not in the couplet itself, but in Jia Xing, who is not far away from the couplet. At the same time, I reminded my husband that as long as he knew this, he would not be far away from the center of Baidi city. This shows that Jing Juzhong is very likely. When his master Qin Qinglu was still Jia Xing, Jing Juzhong had already been the first to board, just like living next to his master for many years. Jing Juzhong observes the way and learns swordsmanship with the dragon slayer. In fact, the previous 2 Jing Juzhong were indeed in the wild world, but Chen Pingan had a voice in Chao Tu's shop and old god Jia, but Jia Xing himself was like a person responsible for receiving and sending envelopes. People, for both parties Jia Xing didn't know the content that came. Jing Juzhong quietly followed Han Chaosa through the return to the market, and then returned to Haoran with Jia Xing as a landscape fairy. He landed across the sea and came directly to Qilong Alley. As for why he made such a fuss, he deliberately moved from knowing is not far away, it's just Cui Dongshan who showed up over there to make the matter come back afterwards. Let this half-embroidered tiger think about it. Baidi City is a farewell to each other among the colorful clouds. More than 100 years have passed, why is the chess power declining instead of increasing? Cui Dongshan suddenly wanted to understand something, and suddenly said angrily, Mr. Zheng is too much. It's too much. Jing Juzhong smiled and was about to leave. Cui Dongshan hurried to keep up. Can't you change a method that is more beneficial to both parties? Mr. Zheng, who is about to break free from the three realms, why bother to be frustrated? Jing Juzhong was too lazy to say a word. Cui Dongshan walked sideways and said sternly, I can play 10 more games with Mr. Zheng. Since they are no better than the previous Kaiyun 10 games, do you think I am very free? Jing Juzhong walked slowly. You may feel that losing chess is tasteful, but I think winning chess is boring. The boy in white with a red mole around his eyebrows, after all, is not the pinnacle embroidered tiger who has finally made it into a state of perfect mental and physical intelligence and too high to forget feelings. There is too much worry. The more humanity, the weaker the chess power. Jing Juzhong sighed. It's like the catchphrase Cui Dongshan often puts on his lips, Im Dongshan. It's true, young Cui Dongshan, after all, is not the Cui Yang that year. The young scholar, who was the first disciple of Wensheng's line, visited Baidi City. The two sides played against the clouds. Sitting across from Jing Juzhong, Cui Yang, Nian Ziluozi, said nothing, but his expression seemed to tell Zhang. Center, you can beat me in this game. Cui Yang in the next game will definitely be able to beat Cui Yang in the previous game. As long as there are enough games, Xing Zongzhong's winning side will become smaller and smaller. This is the real reason why Jing Juzhong is willing to play 10 games with a young scholar. Obviously lose chess, and lose again and again, but he is more confident than winning chess. Jing Juzhong never looked at his own game record, except for the Kaiyun game. If Cui Dongshan hadn't guessed the deal with Qin Pingan anyhow, Jing Juzhong would not say anything more. In return for his help to stop Zhou Mi, Jing Juzhong told Qin Pingan to give up his plan to establish his next clan in Tonggishao. It's that simple. As long as it is not Tongya Island, Aquarius Island, Middle-earth God Island, or even the Wild World, they are free. Is Baidi City planning to make plans in Tonggishao? Absolutely not. Jing Juzhong just made the young hidden official feel uncomfortable in his heart. What you failed to accomplish in Shijianhu, waiting for you to become a hermit of the Great Wall of Jinchi, a disciple of Wensheng's family, the lord of Luopa Mountain, and even a sword fairy. In that Tonggishao, it still couldn't be done. Let you have a layout in Tonggishao for a long time, continue to take the lead, work hard, and plan far-reaching. It seems that the time and place are favorable and there is no shortage. But Qin Pingan just can't do it. Jing Juzhong once promised Cui Yang to protect his younger brother. If this is not a protector, how can it be counted? Cui Dongshan said boredly, some people just bully my husband because he is young and not high. Jing Juzhong stopped. It's not about Cui Dongshan's innuendo, but people who feel that Cui Dongshan's words are too weak. The weak are not weak in body, weak in legs and feet, not in the eyes of ordinary masters, in the eyes of mountain people, nor in the eyes of mountain monks. Rather, he likes to make excuses when things happen, because a person's temperament is too weak. Cui Dongshan raised his hands, when I fart. It's rarely so flattened. Who made this guy next to him be Jing Juzhong? Even if Xing Zhezhong's evangelist mentor and dragon slayer Qin Qinglu was willing to use his sword, he might not be able to protect the land boundary of Longzhou so well. In Cui Dongshan's view, there are only a handful of people who are truly capable of both offense and defense. The Lord of Baidi City is certainly one of them. Cui Dongshan raised his sleeves with both hands and asked, "Since it's already up, are you still taking a walk here?" Xing Juzhong said, waiting for Chen Pingan's second post, Li Shixing. But Chen Pingan was still too soft-hearted. He didn't want to ask me or delay Li Zixing's practice, so he had to do business with me. A person whose cultivation-based strength cannot be judged by common sense. Junior brother Lu Qiqing once spoke to himself for Li Shixing. Xing Juzhong is looking forward to a game with Li Shixing. Cui Dongshan asked, "What if my husband is begging you?" Xing Juzhong said, "What else? I won't agree." Suddenly an old scholar appeared behind the two, holding Cui Dongshan's head with one hand, moving aside, reaching out and grabbing Xing Zhezhong's arm. Haha laughed, Mr. Zheng, take a step slowly. Go back. Drink tea." Xing Juzhong stopped, shook his head and smiled, "Mr. Vincent, it's no longer necessary to drink tea." The old scholar said seriously, "Mr. Zheng, please give me a face." It was so straightforward. He rushed to Luopa Mountain before and eavesdropped all the way, and the old scholar finally couldn't help it. Of course, Xing Juzhong knew it well, but he just didn't expose it. Xing Juzhong choked for a while. An unprecedented thing. The old scholar clutched Xing Zhezhong's sleeves and whispered softly, "Why should a smart person embarrass a good person?" Cui Dongshan remained silent, staring blankly at the profile of the old scholar. Xing Juzhong laughed, turned his head to look over the table, and nodded, "The tea in the Luopa Mountain is indeed good. Then I'll be generous. Would you like Wen Xing to have a cup of tea?" The old scholar dragged Xing Juzhong and walked back, laughing, "Old Shan." Cui Dongshan just stood still. The old scholar turned his head and stared. "Why are you stunned? Pour tea quickly, your eyesight is 1,000 miles worse than our millet grains." Cui Dongshan squeezed out a smile. Pai Dian ran to the table first to bring tea and water. The old scholar said to Xing Juzhong in his own heart, "Thank you. Be thick-skinned when begging for someone, thin-skinned when thanking someone." Xing Juzhong glanced at the back of the white-clothed boy, and replied with his heartfelt voice, "Wen Xing, don't thank me, I actually have selfish intentions." He may not be the first disciple of Wen Xing's line, but he must be a more powerful new embroidered tiger. The old scholar was non-committal. "I will definitely visit Baidi City often in the future." Xing Juzhong smiled and said, "Wen Xing is short of wine, I can send someone to the Confucian temple. Obviously to remind you old scholars not to go." The old scholar stomped and complained, "What a courtesy to me, isn't it? The 4 worlds have different times, almost exactly one in spring, summer, autumn and winter." The 12th floor of the 5 cities of Baiyujing, 5 of them are Verdant City, Lingbao City, Nanhua City, Shenshao City, and Yushu City. In Verdant City, there are the Hanggu, the old site of Mianqi, the peach forest of Shenshao City, and the Born of White Clouds, all of which are famous in the world. The number of vice lords of the 5 cities ranges from 1 to 2 or 3. Each depends on the owner's preference. Just like Nanhua City, there are as many as 3. 1 soars and 2 immortals. If it weren't for Brother Yudo to stop him, Lu Qin could do it again. Add 2 or 3 vice lords, and even make an exception to make Yu Pu Jing served as the deputy city lord. Baiyujing has only 1 city and 2 floors, and there will be a habit of celebrating the new year, which is roughly the same as the customs at the foot of the mountain. The Verdant City, also known as Jade Emperor City, also has Yunshui Tower and Linlang Tower. The children taught to write peach symbols, and the Taoist returned the perennial routine. Staying up all night to watch the night, the world will add a year old. Pray for the world, every family, peace and prosperity, happy prosperity and peace. For those who do not know the cold and heat, it is actually a small trouble. The Spring Festival couplets posted on New Year's Eve will be taken back on the Lantern Festival. In addition, you have to draw peach symbols and hang them everywhere. Fortunately, it is natural to get used to it. It's okay. What's more, the happiest ones are the young children. Not to mention the joy and excitement, the key is to get a bunch of red envelopes. In groups, walking around husband, give New Year greetings to the celestial elders. Take a few snowflakes here, a few over there, and occasionally you can get 1 or 2 big red envelopes with small summer coins. The bits and pieces are added together, but it's a sum. Not a small New Year's money. The happiest thing is to meet the lavish teacher Lu Zhang, who will give you 2 small summer money or guyu money for the New Year's Eve. You have a share. Every time on the first day of the new year, Lu Zhang teaches as long as he doesn't. If you go to Tianweishan, or have never traveled far away, you will have a small red envelope with your left hand and a big red envelope with your right hand, which will make the little Dao children line up. Master Lu asks the Dao children a question, Dao books, scriptures, and pretends if you answer them. If you have Gu Yuqian, you can only give Zaya Shuqian if you can't answer it. In fact, the questions are very simple. It is a pity that Master Lu is not in by Yujing at the end of this year. A bunch of Taoist children's heads are put together. Everyone has to make up the red envelope and ask him to make up the red envelope. If you owe debts, you can't owe money. Jiang Yunqing murmured in the place where it was rumored to be all the white clouds in the world, it seems that the wild world has become a mess of porridge. Then the little Dao boy, who had been watching the door on the Downfall Mountain for many years, found that a door suddenly appeared on the other side of the sky, which was chopped out by the sword aura. Seeing this vision, within by Yujing, the immortal master and Taoist officials swept away like a group of fireflies. Near the gate opened by Ning Yao's sword. 2 groups of Taoist officials in the Qingming world, each hovering in the wind, the boundaries are clear, and they look at each other. On one side is the Taoist official who is ranked in the immortal class in Bai Yujing. On one side is the great Xiandu Temple, Sui Chu Gong, and Kai Shou Shan, the immortal powers who are dominant in various states. Intentionally or unintentionally, the latter gathered at Dao Chang's son's side, and confronted the cultivators Bai Yujing from a distance, and the 2 sides made a battle that the well-water did not offend the river. In addition, there are some sporadic monks who do not rely on either side. Most of them are Shanzue Xiao, who does not enter the orthodox school genealogy, or practice Taoism, which belongs to the side door that is not recognized by Bai Yujing. All 3 parties want to witness the spectacular scene of moving the moon with their own eyes, which is destined to go down in history and spread for thousands of years. Bai Yujing has a small group of Taoist officials who are most concerned about this matter. They are not high in realm, but their status is detached. They are known as historical officials on the mountain, and they specialize in compiling the orthodox history of Bai Yujing and the entire world. Similar to the daily notes of the Shanshe dynasty, recording the actions of a Taoist official in the world, regardless of good deeds and bad deeds, are not taboos for the venerable. Bai Yujing issued the edicts of the world for each Dao. The 12th floor of the 5 cities taught Taoism to the Taoist officials of the world, the changes of the major dynasties under the mountain, the 4 seasons of the weather, the 8 directions, the increase and decrease of the household registration of the Taoist officials of all countries. The large and small Taoist palaces were abandoned. All by these historians, the detailed records are in the book, and apart from the 3 head teachers of Bai Yujing, no one is qualified to read this history book. However, Sun Dao Chang gave a comment, the pen is smooth and weaker than the weather, and he dare not say the real good and bad things, and waste his pen and ink. Then it was suggested that they move from Baiyujing to Xuandu Temple and keep the wonderful pens and flowers from then on. The head teacher of Baiyujing Yu has never sent down a decree, let alone showed up in person. Naturally no one has acted, taking in the bright moon to move into the Qingming world without authorization. What's more, it is not wise to act without authorization and take risks. On the other side of the gate, the sword spirit was awe-inspiring, and there was a battle between Li Xing and Bai Zhe. If they were carelessly trapped in it, it would be the end of death. Aspiring people may not have the strength to intervene. Besides Baiyujing, there are 3 people who are both courageous and powerful. One is too lazy to move, the other is unwilling to appear too early. There is also a Taoist buddy who does not want to overshadow the limelight in public. It is Sun Daochang, and the 2 women's crowns not far away, they are not too young. Dixuan Duguan Sun Daochang stroked his beard and smiled. I'll just say, why haven't I seen the second-skinned Lu San for a long time? It turns out that he is going out for a walk again. Sun Daochang sighed. Just now he glanced at him and saw him. Fellow Taoist Chen's lotus crown, and Master Lu, who was sitting inside and beckoning him vigorously, stroked his beard and smiled. I have to admit that this time the little 3rd child has done a lot of work, so I'm the one who replaced me. If you are really invincible, you will definitely have to give the younger brother a few enthusiasm. Give nicknames to friends for nothing, add bricks, and icing on the cake. Sun Daochang is a master who claims to be second in the world, and no one dares to be the first. That fellow Qin Shaodao, who is inextricably close to the poor Dao, is brave and handsome, and his demeanor is still better than that of the past. Looking at his wealth and luck, it seems that he has returned to his old career and made a lot of money. After all, the kind of leaving home is not done by everyone. Last time I traveled far away from home, from the awe-inspiring Beiju Luzhou, I received 2 nominated disciples who are serious and esoteric. Biting Elementary School Houyi Zhanqing, and Di Yuanfeng, who was full of man's shoes and bamboo sticks all the way. The original Lu treasure of Kaik Mansion can also become a successor to the old master, but it was missed. In Sun Daochang's words, the elderly who have reached the age must deal more with young people, so that they can be vigorous and wear off some twilight. It's just about teaching Taoism. The old Guanzhu himself didn't take too much care. Anyway, there are many disciples and grandchildren in the Taoism, and teaching Taoism is more patient than him, so he threw Zhanqing and Di Yuanfeng to the 2. The disciple of the age, the veteran Taoist, gave the reason for this is extremely convincing. There is no objection from the patriarch hall. It is said that among you brothers, you should get closer and move around, or you won't be able to meet several times throughout the year, which is unreasonable. The young master of the Dachao sect, Su Jun, is now a ghost repairer in the Yupu realm. He joined hands with the Taoist couple to fight the wind. The latter is a female crown at the pinnacle of ascension, named Xiaoga, Dao title reinvestigation. She is also the founder of Liangjingshan. These 2 big sects that once met each other to fight for life and death, have established the next sect in history, but they were all destroyed by the other sect. It can be seen that the enmity between the 2 sects is huge. Therefore, Daochang's son had to go out and said something from the bottom of his heart. There is no such thing as a marriage that cannot be solved in the world. As soon as this remark came out, the whole world was amazed. Sure enough, Sun Guanzhu spoke highly and powerfully. It is rumored that the old Guanzhu had a wedding wine at that wedding banquet. When he returned to his own temple, he found a young girl with the lowest seniority and a very young age. Have to be beautiful and strive to then let Master Lu come to our Taoist temple to insert the door. The little girl nodded vigorously, confident enough. Grandpa said that Lu Chen fell in love with her at first sight, and he was lying on the wall and peeking at herself. Besides, on Fatty Yan's side, this statement has also been corroborated, so it is not her random thoughts. Fatty Yen is in the Taoist temple, and his business is doing well. Just a copy of the 100 Swords Immortal Chop, the sales volume is very impressive, the price is a bit more expensive. Not long after, a very exquisitely engraved and prefaced by Jianxian was released. It was divided into 2 volumes, 2 printed scores, sold separately for the first volume, 2 small summer coins, and the next volume list. Selling price for 3 small summer coins, by Yes preface, isn't it worth a little summer money? 2 copies are sold together for 3 small summer coins, so fools don't buy 2 copies. Fatty Yen can often pick up some peach blossoms and peach branches, which are made into bookmarks and peach pen holders. The market is very good. Because he hinted that Xuandu Temple seems to be in a worrying year, big pilgrims compared with the past, the incense money has been reduced a lot, and it is not so rich and powerful. So the immortal money he earned is to be shared with someone. He also said that he was doing a dojo in a snail shell. If he was allowed to spread out the stall and keep the daily jindujan, Fatty Yen slapped his chest every time, the fat trembled, and hit the pork belly with a chopstick. Actually, it's weird and disgusting. The little girl rolled her eyes every time, or turned her head away from it. Fatty Yen, if I marry someone, would you be sad? What nonsense, don't you be heartbroken. Less than 100 caddies. Ha, thin into half yen fatty. Chaoga, like Shuangjiang, was once one of the 10 people in the Qingming world, but because of retreat for many years, they all withdrew from the list. In this matter, only Sun Daochang of Dushuandu Guan, the most stable, is not one of them. Because the old Guanju has never dropped out of the 10 list since his first comment, and even his ranking hasn't changed in any way. 5th. Chao Gut stood beside Su Jun, her eyes full of tenderness and poetry. There is also a female crown next to Chao Gu, who has displayed a very clever blindness to make people look at flowers in the mist. Her appearance in the eyes of others has changed hundreds of ways. The 14th level female crown turned her head to look at Dao Chang's son, her expression unkind. Sun Dao Chang smiled at her with a guilty conscience. A big man, who hasn't been young yet, how can there be no love for the sons and daughters of the heroic shortness? Not far away, a middle-aged handsome man with a beard named Yao Qing, whose name is Zimei, is named Sholing. It was the Qingshan dynasty that produced a group of 5 young men from the 5 tombs. This dynasty, that is a well-known geomantic treasure land, a well-deserved golden jade jungle, Ingche Daochang. The emperors of the 3 dynasties in the Qingming world are not the vast world, but at most they have spent more than 100 years. Here is the opposite. Almost everyone who can wear a dragon robe and sit on a dragon chair is a great monk with great aptitude and advanced Taoism. Longevity and longevity, every emperor's house is an incomparably long existence of family preaching. The emperors of the past can refine the dragon veins, so only those dying dynasties in the west of the sun, among the dragons and grandchildren, can surely be among them. The embryonic cultivators of the 5 realms often it will mean the decline of the national fortune, and there is no need for the Qingtian supervisor to remind. Sun Qing once accomplished a feat, beheading 3 corpses and enrolling in immortality. 3 corpses Jixuan, Pei Ji, Wei Judao, Yuan Mountain, 1 immortal and 2 jade. In the world of Qingming, Jijixian is similar to the rice thief, the porter, and the Yizhi teacher. Although it is not regarded as the evil spirits that everyone can punish, he definitely does not dare to approach the Baiyujing realm casually. However, Sun Daochang gave Sun Shoufu a nickname, for unsimilars. Yao Qing himself didn't care. But Pei Ji, one of the 3 corpses of Yao Qing, had been in trouble with Guan Jianxian in the great profound capital. After that, Dishuan Duguan took a large group of Zhejiangxian to the Qingshan dynasty to travel, in the name of making friends, but actually blocking the door. But Sun Daochang himself did not show his face, otherwise he would bully others, and went, and only then became the youngest generation with several willing teenagers and became a year-end friendship. To become famous as early as possible, as soon as possible to beat others. The woman standing side by side with Ye Xiang, Yao Qing is the national teacher by O. Slender body, extremely beautiful appearance, natural and charming. There is a hand halberd on the waist, named Iron Chamber. She is a martial artist who has stood at the top of martial arts for more than 100 years. She is one of the top 10 martial arts masters in the Qingming world and ranks third. Different from the 100-year review of the air trainer, some people think that the interval is too short, and the pure martial artist is the Jiazi review, which is still too long. After she made the list for the first time, Bai O Root was at the bottom of the rankings, and then almost every 10 years, she would kill the one in front of her, so that in less than a piece of time, she asked the punches 4 times. Victory, the death 3 lives 1, the only one survives the boundless martial artist who came has fallen. By the time Bai O made the list for the second time, it had already ranked among the top 3. So I have been comparing her with the Pei Cup of Hauran. And Bai O has indeed always wanted to break his wrist with the so-called female Valkyrie. Both sides are national teachers and both are women. Dao Chang's son glanced at the little girl. Bai O confronts others and likes to take the first level. The veteran Taoist chief has always been curious about whether such a weapon with a side blade can cut his thighs if it is not easy to carry and hang on the waist. Even if the Wufu's body is tough enough, the magic weapon is sharp, and the robes are cut, wouldn't it be happy together? It's a pity that Aoliang didn't stay in the Qingming world for a long time, otherwise, with that guy's temper, he would definitely have to ask questions for himself. As for myself, after all, I am too old to open this mouth, otherwise it is easy to fall into an old and disrespectful reputation. With the help of the old masters waving his sleeves, a landscape painting created, although the picture is blurry, but it is possible to see a general view. Zhang Qing and Di Yuanfeng glanced at each other, and they both found each other's faces unbelievable. They really couldn't link the young hidden official who even Qingming world would often talk about with the guy who was greedy and fearful of death in their hometown back then. Lu Tai and Yuaning stood in an inconspicuous place. Yuan Lu, the king of rice thief, is sorrowing with his fellow villagers, and a pure martial artist from the same line as a knife hunter, has also come to join in the fun. Wang Yuanlu, who bowed his head and shrank his shoulders, saw the romantic and suave Master Lu, a Taoist in the line of rice thief, who gave people a sneaky posture, sneaking past him, as if standing next to Master Lu, relatively stable. Wang Yuanlu is still the shabby attire with a felt hat, cotton shoes, and a green sermon gown. He is not stingy. This is thrifty, and he never forgets his roots. Although both he and Qi Gu were born in the Qingshan dynasty, they were not close to Yao Qing, the first assistant of the parent official, in his hometown, and Bai O, the national teacher, and they did not even have the slightest affection. Sun Dao Chang turned his head to look at the skinny monkey-like junior rice thief, and smiled at his beard. What's the matter? I don't say anything when I see the poor road, and am going to kill him. Wang Yuanlu said with no good air. Take care of you. The two sides, who are very different in age, seniority, and state, did not speak with their hearts. Sun Dao Chang said, melon peel. Wang Yuanlu replied, little baby. Sun Dao Chang smiled and asked, buck a bowl. Wang Yuanlu nodded and said, don't make the difference, the most expensive one comes. Dao Chang's son really threw a pot of immortal brew over. It seems that cursing is cursing, drinking is drinking. The rice thief has a lineage and is not recognized by Bai Yujing. Its status on the mountain under the Qingming world is somewhat similar to that of a thief who has fallen on the ground. When can I find a warm Kong ant? Q. Either Minger or later. The old View Master's move was obviously to support the rice thief, and he would not give Bai Yujing a little bit of face. Unlike the sparse corpse Jia immortal, the lineage of the rice thief has become a climate in the Qingming world, with a large number of people, spreading in the land of the three states. Just ask for a Taoist genealogy, but don't go to the court official's office as a Taoist official. If they must be an official, then they simply don't even want the Taoist official. And this is the situation created by the master's son Dao Chang of Xuandu Guan with one hand. It is rumored that Yu Dou had been in charge of Bai Yujing for 100 years, and he almost had to kill all the meat pirates himself, but was stopped by the brother of the master. The fellow villagers around the young Taoist priests have been worried all the time. Just talk to the old Guanju. Are you really afraid of being beaten to death? Sun Dao Chang, who has heard of the Dashuandu temple, is notoriously small-minded. The greatest joy on the path of cultivation lies in his fondness for turning over old accounts, and he is good at sapling people halfway through the thunder and thunder. The whole world knows that Sun Lao Guanzu's decent style. Pan Dao has no other advantages, just a little bit, jealous like hatred, no sand can get in his eyes. You let the sand in the eyes of the poor road, and the sand in the shoes of the poor road, so as not to delay your practice, you just walk on your feet. Wang Yuanlu was an unknown person in his hometown, and he went out for a long trip for the first time. He bumped into the incognito Dao Chang's son halfway. Then he did some business in partnership and lost a lot of money. It was not because of money scams, but actually earn money, but old-fashioned Long lied to Wang Yuanlu, that he was his ancestor, and worried that Wang Yuanlu would not believe it. The old man even produced a genealogy to make Wang Yuanlu recognize his ancestor. The old deity, who looked very immortal, in the street, when he saw Wang Yuanlu squatting on the side of the road gnawing pancakes, he felt enthusiastic and grabbed Wang Yuanlu's arm and said something like, "It was so alike." Wang Yuanlu was stunned on the spot. After that, the old Taoist claimed to be wandering away for more than 100 years, and finally he became a great monk in the Middle Five Realms, who was highly respected and acclaimed in the arena. Unexpectedly, this time he returned to his hometown with good clothes, and the family heirs were so incensed and decayed. No more, frustrated, but fortunately, there is only one Wang Yuanlu left in the descendants of future generations, who will not help him. In fact, at that time, Wang Yuanlu was already at the age of his establishment, and tears were still in his eyes. After all, he was not a stranger in a foreign country, but he met his own ancestors. After knocking his head, he sat on the ground and hugged Sun Dao Chang. One calf, can't cry sound. At the beginning, Wang Yuanlu made a mistake by mistake, and relied on luck to embark on the path of spiritual practice. He has only just started to practice for a few years. Of course, Wang Yuanlu is not really lack of heart, but he also has his own cares. He thinks that he is too poor to marry a bachelor. He has been young for 20 years, and he has not been able to mix with the most inferior Taoist genealogy, but only years. Year after year, guarding those little-known caves in the mountains is not worthy of a successful old god. What did the immortal cheat? Cheat money and sex? Or is it a package of tattered books? Wang Yuanlu took his breath, and the implication was to remind the ancestor who had just recognized that these books, regardless of whether they are family members, give 100 taels of silver, without the snowflakes of the gods on the mountain. Money, Wang Yuanlu should be honored old ancestors. Besides, since it's a single pass, your old man can pull out some silver from his nails for his juniors. Isn't it too much? As long as he can sell those books, he will immediately turn his head and go back to the hometown to find a good-looking mother-in-law and marry him. It doesn't matter how old he is, he will be a big child, and he will be good for childbirth. Anyway, his age is not too young. Baby. Even if he still couldn't get the status of a Guangzhou Yaozu Taoist official, he still had the incense stick. At that time, Wang Yuanlu, where did he know that his future life was such a life on the mountain that he could not even think of? Yuaning was a little strange. In his impression, Wang Yuanlu, who was at the same table drinking with his future mate, was so cautious as to be with a countryman and a thin bamboo pole. Even if he was sitting and drinking, he didn't dare to straighten up. Met Lu Tai, that kind of shame and filth came out of his bones, and he didn't seem to know how to conceal that humbleness. How come to Sun Lao Guanzu's side, be so open and speak magnificently? Lu Tai smiled and explained with his heart, this Wang Yuanlu will be great, and he will become more powerful as he goes back. If Bai Yujing hasn't taken him seriously and let him go, he will suffer a lot in the future. Yuaning was quite surprised. It seemed that Lu Gongzi had a higher evaluation of Wang Yuanlu than Su Jun. Yuaning asked, Bai Yujing's masters who are proficient in hexagrams and images are not among the few, right? Lu Tai took out a folding fan from his sleeve, tapped Yuan Ying's head, and said with a smile, I don't understand what I don't understand. Of course I know it's so, but deliberately didn't take it seriously. That really invincible feels that he is really invincible. Chant. Yuaning smiled and narrowed his eyes. Lu Tai opened the folding fan, and the Lord came. He is a burly Taoist man with a fishtail crown on his head, feather robe, and a fairy sword in his hand. Delay the month, and you're done. Qi Tingji and Lu Ji took the lead to return to the Great Wall of Jianqi. The two sides did not go to the head of the city, and their bodies fell on the southern ground. The latest engraver in Qingtu, the hidden official Chen Pingan. Qi Tingji raised his head to look at the big character at the highest point, smiled and said, Don't you have any taste? The sword repairman who wanted to engrave the Great Wall of Sword Qi most was of course Lu Ji. Liang has already engraved the lettering, and the left and right don't care about this kind of thing at all. Even if an ascending demon is killed, he may not even be willing to engrave. In Liang's words, this guy is too ugly to be embarrassed. But it doesn't matter, you can do it for yourself. Lu Ji curled his lips, don't dare, for fear of being held hostage. Qi Tingji was a little surprised, Lu Ji could tell a joke. It's just a bit cold. Lu Ji asked curiously, if you cut and ascended again in the future, will you still engrave here? In the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the reason why it was difficult to kill the Ascending Realm Great Demon was not because Qi Tingji's swordsmanship was not high enough and the killing power was not enough, but the Great Demon escaped too easily. But now the situation of the two worlds is reversed. With Qi Tingji's strength, there is a complete opportunity to catch and kill a certain ascendant monster at the end of the road, and then decapitate with the sword. Qi Tingji shook his head, it's best to end with the word ping. The sword repairer's life here is like floating and not sinking. A city soars, taking root in Wucai Tian. With the addition of those sword fairy embryos, it is like duckweeds scattered across the world. Today's foreign land, over time, will become their hometowns in the future. Qi Tingji raised his head and looked at the other half of the city. Our hidden official has fallen a lot. Lu Ji was a little worried, is the price too high? Qi Tingji wondered, what's the matter with that monster sword repairer? Why did you drink alcohol with Master Lu? Lu Xin was at the head of the city, waved to Lu Ji and shouted with a smile, Sister Lu Ji, here and here. Lu Ji and Qi Tingji went to the city with the wind. After landing, Lu Ji looked confused, is something? The person who wants to follow Master Lu to visit Bai Yujing is Hao Su, not me. Lu Chen lifted his chin towards Lu Ji, smiled and said nothing. It turned out that Lu Ji at this moment was still holding a handful of Nan Ming, and he couldn't put it down, and he was also very easy to do with his waist. A herring flies around Lu Ji, swinging its tail leisurely. Lu Ji did not speak either. Chen Pingan said, I'm fine. Ning Yao will return soon. Qi Tingji smiled, Hao Su won't go back here, just let me give you a message, saying that the sword repairman who is now in the Qingming world will let you rest assured, he will help to stare, in short, will not let people bully casually, although he dare not promise to protect the shelter casually. He has the life of Jian Shou, saying that he is not a hidden official like you after all, and he can't be the housewife who cares about everything, but he can guarantee that once a Jian Shou accidentally dies in a foreign land, he will never get revenge. Chen Pingan nodded and said, this is enough. In a sense, Hao Su didn't perform his duties as a criminal officer at the Great Wall of Jianqi. He never thought that he chose to be a criminal officer in the Qingming world. The deterrence of an ascending realm swordsman, no matter which world he is in, is huge. In particular, Hao Su had personally killed the ascended realm monks in the Haoran world, under the noses of the Temple of Confucianism and the Sage of Li. Chen Pingan turned his head and said to Lu Xin, Teacher Lu, you can help me ask Hao Su, would you like to separate some of the merits of the moon, discuss with you Bai Yujing, you can kill an ascendant realm in the future, on Bai Yujing's side. Don't take responsibility. Lu Chen had a headache. You have to ask the second senior brother about this matter. He is really in charge. I don't dare to pack a ticket at this moment. Taking care of things is not the style of the three-handed master, but hiding things is his way of doing things. Chen Pingan smiled and said, you can let Hao Su make your sword as much as possible within the 100 years of your time in Bai Yujing, and you can also be considered as a step down a step for that invincible. Isn't it always okay? What's more, unlikely to take the initiative. Lu Chen helplessly said, okay, I'm afraid of you. Pang Dao just discussed with the second senior brother about Imo had to drink and be courageous, and dare to speak. The disposition of my two brothers is well known in the world, and he is notoriously indifferent to the poor Dao. Pleasing to the eye, picky in every way, just hope that the poor say goodbye to doing bad things. Besides, the poor Dao has to put the ugly words first. By Yujing side, the 5th floor and 12 cities, there is no distinction between superior and inferior. According to the decree made by my senior brother in the early years, there are only a few major rules. Besides, most of the things, all the city masters, to be able to reject the will of the 3 masters according to their own preferences, and it is completely possible to refuse to respect them. No matter what, Pang Dao will try his best to facilitate this. In fact, Yu Dou is quite optimistic about the sword repair of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The reason is very simple, the sword immortal line of Dushuan Duguan really dominates the world. Too much kendo luck. Dushuan Duguan was once said to be the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the vast world. Then this saying that sincerely praised Taoist temple and Sun Daochang became widely circulated. As a result, he annoyed Sun Lao Guanzhu. It is said that the old Dao was so angry that he could scold me, but how could he scold Jinqi the Great Wall? Pai Dian came to the door, so that the ascended realm monk who was the first to put forward this statement must take back this sentence, otherwise the matter is endless. Even if the friendship that our brothers have accumulated for thousands of years is lost, it will be completely ended from now on. Let's get off the beam. The other party had to report to the world through the Zhongmen Shanshui mansion, holding his nose bitterly and giving a new statement that Dushuan Duguan is not the Great Wall of Jianqi in the Qingming world. This was the contented old master, patted the good brother on the shoulder, reminding the other person to pay attention in the future, spit a nail and not talk nonsense. This kind of remark, in fact, came out of Sun Daochang's mouth. How it sounds wrong. Chen Pingan said, there's something, I have to trouble Sect Master Qi and Mrs. Yan Yan. There is a green plum view on Nantang Lake in Bay of Pingzu. More than 10,000 ancient plum trees have been carefully planted. Most of them are dead. Turn around and ask her to take a trip, see if there is any way to save it. I will definitely not let her go for nothing. Qi Tingji nodded and said, well, she is now anxious to have a legitimate reason to return to Haoran to visit the surrounding areas. The old master of the plum garden is really afraid of death. Staying in the wild world, she feels distressed every day. She always feels that being on the battlefield is too dangerous. She has changed her way to find a few crappy excuses and wants to return to the South Persuasion sect to stay. Chen Pingan introduced with a smile, "This fellow Shizhu Daoist will return to the Howran world with me, and will serve as an anonymous offering to Luopa Mountain for several years." An ancient great demon who was soaring to the top of the realm, slightly restrained, stood up and straightened up again, smiled and said, "Just call me Xiaomo." Seeing Qi Tingji was greatly surprised. Lu Ji didn't care at all, he was the best enemy, just hacked to death. "I just don't have any lettering." It's nothing more than giving up a natal flying sword, in exchange for a city head lettering, no loss. Lu Qin clasped his fist and said, "Farewell, Pang Dao will go to the gate of the sky first, and then go directly to the Howran world. The green mountains will not change to the long stream of green water." As a result, no one gave a kind words. Xiao Mo intends to wait for his son to speak first, and then exchange a few words with Lu Daoyu who has met him. Lu Qin kept the fist in hand posture. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Master Lu has met Senior Gu, don't forget to visit Yunxia Mountain." Qi Tingji followed, "I will have the opportunity to visit Master Lu in the Qingming world in the future." Lu Ji said, "I'm not going." Only then did Xiao Mo say goodbye, "Farewell Lu Daoyu, don't let it go, there will be a period later." Lu Chen felt a little better now. Chen Pingan stood up suddenly and bid farewell to Lu Chen with a fist. The next time the two parties return, it will probably be by Yujing in the Qingming world. The two sides are no longer the identities of the last hermit and the awe-inspiring Lu Xin. It is the identity of Lizhu Dongtian, Chen Pingan, and by Yujing's three head teachers. Lu Qin smiled slightly and nodded slightly, turning into a rainbow to go to the sky. Confirming that Lu Chen is far away from the city, Lu Ji asked in his heart, "Chen Ping'an, what about this sword box? She really likes it. What's more, it's easy to use." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Lu Chen will definitely return to Howran in the future. If you go to Nanpasuajo to find you first, don't care what he says, just push to my side and make sure you don't let your mouth go, saying that this deal, the buyer and the seller are Master Lu and Chen Pingan. Of course the sword box will be returned, but Chen Pingan has to show up to discuss the matter in person, or Master Lu will retrieve the sword box at that time, and then go to the Luopa mountain side to bluff, deliberately making a deal and want to make too money. There will be unkindness. But if Lu Chen finds me first next time, it would be better. I will hold him for a while, leave him as a guest in Luopa Mountain, and inform you in private. You will find a place first. Avoid him, such as Baidi City, or the merits of the Confucian Temple Lin, Xiankong Temple where the monk knows well." After 3 or 2 times, Master Lu knew it in his heart. Lu Ji nodded frequently. In fact, her original intention was that if it really didn't work, she would ask Master Hermit to discuss with Master Lu. She was willing to spend money to buy a sword box, but she was still good at cutting people. Alone is not good at bargaining with people, can't wipe the face, so I want to ask Chen Pingan to help negotiate the price. Anyway, this trip, I made a lot of money, a lot of treasures and gods, in case I will spend it again. No. When the money is not enough, she will take credit. The big deal is to let the Dragon Elephant Sword sect or Chen Pingan will make up for it first. Women's shopping fun is actually half of the bargaining price. Lu Ji is just not good at bargaining, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like bargaining. In fact, Lu Chen didn't care so much about the sword box, this thing was rather tasteless to him. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't really want to help Lu Ji hate down the sword box. He had already thought that the coral pen holder that was taken away by Lu Chen would return half of all the proceeds from the former Dragon Palace site in the future. With Lu Ji's temperament, when she enters the Ascension realm in the future, she will definitely travel the colorful world first, and then go to the Qingming world. So Lu Ji just couldn't say it and couldn't take it seriously. Xiao Mo reminded softly, "Is the sun waiting for Dao Lu to return to the city?" Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. Qi Tingji took the lead to return to the ferry, leaving Lu Ji, waiting for Ning Yao to return before leaving. While waiting for Ning Yao, Chen Pingan glanced at the far south. There were no more cultivation bases in the 14 realms. Even with exhaustive eyesight, he couldn't see the scenery too far away. Thinking of a trivial matter, I slowly checked my memory, and chose the location of the teacher in the Shanxia school in the future. The location is far away from Luopa Mountain, too far or too close, but Huang Tinghua seems to be pretty good. At the former site of the Heavenly Court, over the Golden Arch Bridge, beside Zhou Mi, a woman always stood on the railing. Under the blue sky, Yudo, known as the Invincible, relied on a world of great roads and days to reveal a majestic Dharma statue, holding a bright moon in his hand, and walking in the void. Ning Yao Yujin returns to the world. Li Xing and Bai Zhe, who had hit the sky all the way, returned separately. The Qin Pingan in Dalijing City overlapped with Qin Pingan who had returned from the Great Wall of Jinchi. Qing Shan is back with a sword, and a snow-white spider is parked on his shoulder. Ning Yao followed Qin Pingan, and the two walked to the inn together. An old scholar sitting at the entrance of the inn basking in the sun, holding melon seeds in his hand, seeming to be eating melon seeds, but there are actually few melon seeds on the bench. It seemed that I was just sitting like this, waiting for people to return home. Only when I saw the closed disciple named Chen Ping'an, he was really safe, and the old man came to eat melon seeds again. Sword of Coming Chapter 877. The old scholar hurriedly put the handful of melon seeds in his sleeves and walked towards the two of them quickly, but instead of talking to the closed disciple first, he looked at Ning Yao and smiled. "Ning girl, there is such a guy who can't be idle. Be tolerant. If you really feel wronged someday, don't care about things right or wrong, don't feel that you're unreasonable, wonder if you're going to make a fuss, don't think about it. Just feel free to complain to me. This is me as Mr. Chen Pingan's person. I will definitely help you scold him and never show favoritism to this kid." It is estimated that only Ning Yao quarreled with Chen Pingan in the world, and the old man would not help his students. Human affairs, in fact, the difference between good and bad is often just a sentence or two, and the good and the bad can be reversed. Angrily, there were one or two heavy words that shouldn't be there, and one or two words of comforting nonsense were missing on weekdays. Because the closer the person is, the easier it is to feel that what the other person does is justified, and that everything just needs to be silent. As a result, the more you feel that the other party should understand everything, it is often the time when the other party does not understand anything. Ning Yao smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, I will learn more from someone about the complaint." Just like everyone thinks that Ning Yao's sword training aptitude is too good, she should be the #1 person in the colorful world, there is no suspense. What feat Ning Yao does is not surprising. She is the undoubted backbone of the ascending city. Over time, Ning Yao will be regarded as the next Chen Qingdu on the road of swordsmanship. Old scholars don't think so. The old man just thinks that the Ning girl in front of him is just a young junior who wants to sue and no one can sue. Ning Yao first left, saying that she might have to retreat for 2 days. She is on the path of spiritual practice, and she has a handful of retreats. The old scholar took Chen Pingan's hand and patted the back of the close disciple's hand. He didn't say anything, just smiled and said, "Hey." He Shou, who was sitting on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, had already asked 5 sword repairmen together about Jintuoi Washan, and spread the letter to the Confucian Temple at the fastest speed, so Mao Xiaodong quickly sent the letter to Mr. Now Mao Xiaodong is the director of the Academy of Rites, and his official position is second only to that of the Academy of Liquor. High official. Chen Ping'an is on his husband's side, making no secret of his fatigue, but still has bright eyes and smiled back, "Hey." Most people don't know it well. In fact, there is one stone seal carving, and the word, "hey," is silent. An old talent once made a small joke. In his early years, he did not turn over miscellaneous books. Apart from the principles of sages and sages, his knowledge was not broad enough, so that he flipped through a bookstore with a beautifully carved plate and saw a "hey" in the seal. I mistakenly thought that the mountain leader of the academy who engraved this seal was a very funny scholar. When the old scholar had a statue in the Confucian temple, he went to the academy to visit the mountain leader. Unexpectedly, he was an unsmiling old-fashioned master. The old scholar took Chen Ping'an and sat on the bench at the door, took out a handful of melon seeds and gave them half of the melon seeds. "Everything is safe and sound, and my husband is very easy to do, but I saw Jing Juzhong and Luopa Shangxiezing choosing the location of Tongyi's house, as usual." Chen Ping'an was surprised, and he stopped talking. The old scholar said, "It is a very happy thing that my husband can help a little bit." Chen Ping'an nodded, and did not say much. The old scholar smiled, "The kid from Dongshan, this time I reunited with Jing Juzhong." He was very deflated and outraged. At last he looked like a young boy. "So he took the initiative to ask me for help and talked with your husband. I hope that the next sect of Luopa Mountain will be the first sect leader, so Chao Sunny's side needs your explanation." On the way back from Jingyang Mountain to Luopa Mountain, everyone on the Dragon Boat Ferry has already discussed a set agenda. Regardless of the second sect outside Luopa Mountain with a separate patriarch hall, it is a shaman with the title of Zongman. Zong, or down the mountain, without the first name of Zong in the Confucian temple, Chao Qingyang was the first sovereign or mountain lord. Miyu, Chongqiu, Chui Wei, Sui right side, a few settled down there to practice, while Chui Dongshan and Pei Qian just went there to help for a few years. The former mainly stared at the neighbors, Jindingwen and the Sanshan Futuan, the movement of Yaozong. The latter is responsible for the relationship between Qinghu Palace and Pushan Thatched Cottage. Chen Ping'an said, "In fact, I had this plan from the beginning, but when I talked about it with Dongshan, I didn't think he was interested in taking matters into account, so I just retired." The earliest idea of Chen Ping'an was to let Chui Dongshan of the Fairyland be the next sect lord. There is no need for the name of the sect in the Middle-earth Confucian temple. Whoever talks about it, he has to change his name. This is also a good thing for Chao Qingqing. You can experience a few more years with Chui Dongshan. The time is right for the worldly relationships, the realm of cultivation, and the relationship between the mountains and the mountains. The time is ripe for Chao Qingqing to be the second suzerain, or Chen Ping'an. I'm worried about whether I'm squeezing the seedlings and encouraging him. No matter how prudent Chao Sunny is, and no matter how tough his heart is, in the eyes of Mr. Chen Ping'an, it is inevitable that. What about Chao Sunny's academic affairs when dealing with a matter? In the future, how can he go on a study tour with his friends and see all the great rivers and mountains? It was just that Chui Dongshan was unwilling at that time, and Chen Ping'an would naturally not move out of the air of a husband. But now Chui Dongshan is willing to go out in person, so he can solve everything. As for Chao Sunny's side, even if he believes that Chao Sunny will not think too much, Chen Ping'an will of course explain clearly. Anyway, it's just a pot of wine and a few words. After all, Luopashan has never had the official custom of saying halfway deliberately and letting people try to figure out what they want. Everything is spread out. The old scholar glanced at the spider on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, and wondered, this fellow Taoist is? Chen Ping'an gave a general idea in his heart, and then said, Xiao Mo, this is my husband, you just show up here, don't be too restrictive. A snow-white spider the size of a copper coin jumped forward from Chen Pingan's shoulder. When it landed, it was already the little Mo wearing a linen shirt, yellow hat and blue shoes. Wen Sheng. The old scholar has stood up, nodded vigorously and said, "Hey comes from the sky, good fortune is on earth, good deeds and good deeds. Mr." All got up to greet him, and Chen Pingan had to follow him. This is a peak sword repairman of the ascendant realm of the 10,000 character. While the old scholar smiled and looked at Xiao Mo was also looking at this thin and short scholar. Both sides are very upright and straight-eyed. In Xiao Mo's view, compared to the average mountain cultivator, the old man in front of him is actually not that old, but he looks very old. This shows two things. This person practiced late, and then waited until this person's realm was high and could be reborn, but he didn't even think about changing his appearance. Lu Daoyu said that the identity of the gentleman, the Haoran Wenxing, is the fourth top spot in the Confucian temple. It seems that the fighting ability is not too high, that is, the knowledge is great. Relying on his supernatural powers, Xiao Mo knows that Wenxing seems to be well positioned, with 3 continents and rivers, namely Pasuozu, Tonggishao, and Fuyazhou. It's no wonder that he can be the husband of his own son. Is not referring to the 14th realm, but that Wenxing alone chose these 3 continents as the land of harmony, which happened to be the broken mountains and rivers that were hit by that battle. But this so-called fighting ability is not high, this is just not high, in the eyes of Xiao Mo, specifically referring to the level of lethality. After all, the cultivators of the same generation that Xiao Mo dealt with, only Jian Xiu, there are Chen Qingdu, Long Jun, and the Yuan Xiang who is close to the first ancestor of the military. He can't be beaten by thunder, and he respects his teacher since he was a child. So the elders are very good. I like to be a good fortune boy, so I have friends all over the world. In the end, he liked to keep accounts. Lu Daoyu said that if he didn't believe it, he would be clear when he arrived in Dali capital and saw the master disciple of your family's son. There are 2 benches at the door. The old scholar stretched out his hand and pressed it. Brother Xiao Mo, we all sit down and talk. Chen Pingan said, "Sir, why not find a place to drink?" The old scholar worried, "Can you drink?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The realm is with the wine." Old Shutsai said, "Then let's go to the Renyuniyun building and stay close." If Brother Xiao Mo was not present, the old scholar would directly take the closed disciples to the Huishan temple to find Senior Aunt Feng for a drink. There is a flower shed, and the place is shady. Cool wine. The old scholar dared to touch his conscience and said that he and the closed disciple were not like that. Whoever dares to say no words and has the ability to stand up, the old scholar will return all the drinks to him. We walked to the alley together. In the mountain and water Taoist hall at the entrance of the alley, the old monk Lu Jiao was pulling his disciple Zhao Duanming to drink. Found the 3 outside the alley, Lu Jia immediately removed the dojo restriction, and first held a fist with Wen Xing. The old monk had recently become very familiar with the old scholar. Chen Pingan introduced, "This is Xiao Mo, a strange Mo, we worship at Luopa Mountain." Lu Yu nodded with a stern face, "Let go, and let him go. If he is stupid, he will block the way when he sees a person, and I will give you Chen Ping's surname." The old monk hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't hold back, and shouted in his heart, "Master Chen Shan." Chen Pingan immediately stopped and asked, "What's the matter?" The old cultivator seemed to be a little hard to tell. He bit his head and asked, "No foreigners will pass by here recently, right? Somehow let me slow down." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "How can I guarantee that other people's legs don't grow on me? Anyway, I will leave the capital soon." Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The old monk glanced at the young man in the yellow hat and blue shoes. Xiao Mo immediately smiled and nodded at Lu Jia. Chen Pingan said in his heart, after I leave, Master Lu Xian remembers to clean Brother Cui's house. Is to remind the old monk to wait until he leaves Dali capital, he can go there to pick up books. Lei Fa, now Chen Pingan dare not say how to be proficient, and he is still too far away from reaching the summit, but Chen Pingan admits that he has to talk about entering the room. Just talk about the Minecraft. I watched it from the ruins of the old Dragon City battlefield, and then displayed it again and again on the Tuition side, and eventually became proficient, and his accomplishments were not low. Old Lu Jia blushed, and then he was puzzled. Shan Lord Chen has made up a Lei Fa book so soon. Could it be that he happened to meet the Huangzi nobleman from the Heavenly Master's mansion on this trip? There is such a coincidence in the world. Because according to the previous agreement between the two parties, it was necessary to wait until the Master Qin Shan traveled the Middle-earth God continent, went to the Longhushan Heavenly Master's mansion as a guest, met that friend, borrowed the book and looked through it. Law cheats. Then the book was accidentally left in the Renyuniyun building. Lu Jia accidentally picked it up, turned a few pages casually, and then taught Dao Fa to his apprentice who had been struck by lightning several times. Lu Jia had even thought of the reasons. Drinking high, sleepwalking the ancient thunder divisions, met and taught himself thunder. The more Lu Jia thinks about it, the more wrong he is. He has the temperament to say what he has to say. He said straightforwardly, Chen Pingan, don't regret it halfway. You think this is tricky. You can't borrow the thunder method from Longhu Mountain. You just can't save your face. Let me fool me with a few words of Lei Fa's mantra on the mountain. This is absolutely impossible. I have been to Lei Fa at first, and I don't understand at all. I would rather not teach anything, and I will never let this kid go astray. Chen Pingan explained, don't worry. This book of thunder techniques written by me will not be too low in rank and promise not to mislead people. Zhao Duanming only needs to practice step by step, and there will be no mistakes. As long as there is a slight omission, Master Lu Xian will do it. Go straight to Luopa Mountain to block the door and curse the street. Lu Jia smiled and said, what a Chen Pingan, tease me, how long will it take you to figure out a deep thunder method? Let's just give it up, the two of us don't have this kind of thing, and you don't need it. I feel embarrassed. Besides, I can't do things like blocking the door and cursing the street. Do you regard yourself as a Huangzi nobleman from the Heavenly Master's mansion, or as a great celestial master with a foreign surname from Dragon Tiger Mountain? Chen Pingan was in a daze. Indeed, he just walked through the barren world, because the saints helped to go back and forth, and there was Lu Chen's 3 mountain symbols over there. Only the length of time was really not long, but you can think about it a little bit. But it seems like a world away. 2 selves in the 2 worlds, one has crossed half of the wild world, and the other has traveled Aquarius Island from north to south. During the 2 landscape journeys, I really met too many people. Too many things. Xiao Mo suddenly said, my son, with Lei Fa, he has a lot of accomplishments. Lu Ping was taken aback, because the apprentice was present, so he talked with Chen Pingan from his heart. Chen Pingan smiled and said, anyway, don't worry, then wait until I have traveled to the Dragon and Tiger Mountain of the Middle-earth Divine Continent. Then I will separate the books into 2 volumes, and Master Lu will pick and choose. Lu Yu nodded. Master Chen Shan is still veteran and stable in doing things. This is the case. Approaching the entrance of the house, Xiao Mo said in his heart, young master, this monk, is it too bad for you? Chen Pingan laughed and said, under the world, being a master and a husband are actually the same. It is inevitable that they will suffer from gains and losses. There is no reason to speak. The old scholar stroked his beard and smiled, yes. In the small alley, the boy suddenly said, "Master, Mr. Qin seems to have changed." Lu Yu turned his head to look at the sword fairy in Qingshan, and shook his head, not feeling it. Arriving outside the book building, sitting around the stone table in the small courtyard, Chen Pingan took out 3 pots of wine and 3 flower cups. Xiao Mo got up and took the flask and glass. After taking his seat, he suddenly remembered something. That woman named Lu Ji, the sword fairy, is very murderous. Look at my eyes, a bit infiltrating. Chen Pingan said, "It's not that Lu Ji deliberately targeted you. She has such a temper. Lu Ji is actually just like me, a foreigner in the strict sense, but she has long regarded the Great Wall of Jinqi as her hometown. I will wait for Lu Ji in the future. Tianji's Ascension Realm will be one of the most lethal Ascension Realms, and the murderous aura will be even heavier by that time. If Lu Ji can thoroughly refine that life-flying sword, Beidou, and then carefully refine the 8 long swords hidden in the sword box, Lu Ji, who is good at attacking but weaker than defense, will become both offensive and defensive. Similar to Fu Lu Yuxian, the great master of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and the real fire dragon. In the future, Lu Ji's kendo achievements may actually be higher than Qi Tingji's. Is certainly not definite, but even if there is only such a possibility, it is already great. Xiao Mo said frankly, "My son, besides being a sword repairman, according to the way I am on the mountains in the world today, I can still be counted as a formation master. Apart from that, the only thing I can tell is that I'm still relatively good. Good at weaving robes. Other than that, there is nothing to do with it. Sword repair. Array division. Weaving the robe. Being able to master one of these things is already a series of sweet pastries enshrined on the mountain." The old scholar screamed, always feeling that this set of wording sounds very familiar, and when I think about it, I immediately suddenly realized that this is my unique secret to finding wine and drinking. Xiao Mo raised his hand, spread his palm, and placed a pile of blue bamboo tubes of different heights and thicknesses, which looked pocket-sized and lovely. There were as many as 50 or 60 in number, some of which were several meters or even tens of meters of cloth rolled up, brought together in one tube. More are several pieces of robes that have been formed, scaled in a green bamboo tube. Xiao Mo said, "According to the mountain rules of the Hauran world, if you worship the mountain alone, you must have a meeting ceremony and ask the sun to help distribute it. After all, Xiao Mo is a dead man. He does not act too arrogantly, so as not to be found by someone who is interested. These are." The robes were really boring before Haotsai Mingyue fell asleep in my early years. They were woven casually. Therefore, the rank is not high. According to the assessment of the mountain today, even the half-sage soldier can't be called. Before Haotsai Mingyue fell into long sleep, Xiao Mo left 6 Dao veins in the wild world. According to the sun's calculation, now there is only a Dongfu with a sect head to the south of the wild. It is more like an old Dao vein that has been passed down for thousands of years. The rest are either it dissipated over a long period of time, or it was changed. For example, Jinquicheng's several weaving techniques clearly came from Xiaomo. This does not mean that Jinquicheng is the Taoist line of Xiaomo. It is very likely that one of the lines of Dongfu has been absorbed by Jinquicheng. For the Taoism in the wild world, this actually has no Dao origin with Xiao Mo. The old scholar took a sip of wine and slid without interrupting. Chen Pingan reluctantly said, "Lu Qin taught you again. Didn't you say that you're worshipping the mountain, you have a stepping stone in your hand?" Xiao Mo smiled and said, "The Son of Heaven counts." Luopa Mountain's direct disciple was added to worship. It is estimated that one robe is more than enough. As for the standard robe woven by the female practitioners of Kaik Mansion, the monks of Luopa Mountain are not suitable for wearing them. But this does not mean that Chen Pingan can accept the gift with peace of mind, so he directly refused. Xiao Mo, when you finish the agreement, you can leave Luopa Mountain. If you still want to give it to me, I won't stop you. Before that, we won't talk about it. Xiao Mo had to turn his head and look at the old scholar. The old scholar smiled and said, Xiao Mo, this matter is up to your son. We have the rules of the awe-inspiring world, but the ethos of a mountain is not so rigid. Xiao Mo flipped his palms and put away the bamboo robes. The second meeting at the Patriarch Hall of Lay's Peak was a celebration of the official establishment of the sect of Luopa Mountain. At that time, there were 43 members of the Patriarch's Hall genealogy, plus 36 guests. When the celebration was over, Chen Pingan simply hit the iron while it was still hot, so that Luopashan had another group of guests. Xiao Yunyan of the Dragon Elephant Sword Sect, Nanpa Suozhou, Mrs. Yan Yan. Huan Yun, the old man who served as an enshrinement in Yunshang City. Ai Aizhou Woman Sword Fairy, Xie Songhua. Jinwu Palace Yuanying Jinshu, Lu Jiqing. Li Fuyu is now the second seat of Zhenjingzong. Fengshui Temple Great Sword Immortal Wei and Jin Dynasty. Refers to Xianfeng Yuan Lingdian. And Duckweed Sword Lake, there is a Jianxiu Chenli with the nickname Little Hermit. On the side of the Confucian Temple, Luopashan has received a new offering, and the old sword has been repaired in Yu. Recently, the old people have been on the side of Luopashan. As for the ability to abduct 1 or 2 sword fairy embryos, it depends on the old man's own ability and the kids' respective fate. In the Great Wall of Jinchi, there is another Chao Jun. There is a saying on the mountain. The number of enshrinements and the level of realm indicate the depth of a fairy family. And Kiching, it can explain a sect, the mountain road leading to the ancestor hall, how wide the road is. The old scholar began to talk about business, peace. Have you ever thought about one thing? The monks of the monster race, especially Xiao Mo, have a long history and have lived for thousands of years. Don't even talk about them, maybe you can't count both hands. It's the Ascension Realm early, or even the peak of the Ascension Realm. Why, except for the great demon with the pseudonym Lu Fian, there is never a great demon successfully entering the 14th realm. Speaking of this, the old scholar has already mentioned the wine glass. Brother Xiaomo, I just talk about the matter, don't mind, I punish myself for a glass. Xiao Mo hurriedly held the cup in both hands, leaned forward, looked sincere, and spoke sincerely. Mr. Wen Xing speaks straightforwardly, and the people of Changliang speak openly. He is obviously treating Xiao Mo as half of his own. The cup is good, a larger bowl forget it, there is only a boring sip of wine in the world, and there are no words to bend around on the wine table. Not much to say, I will be bored first, Mr. Wen Xing is free. Xiao Mo raised his head, and the wine glass was empty. Chen Ping'an was a little helpless. Where did you learn about the humanity and the knowledge of the wine table? I also reminded Xiao Mo to follow the customs in his hometown. Is this unnecessary? The old scholar filled himself with another glass of wine. Just take the compassionate brother Xiao Mo, and I have to leave one more. Chen Pingan reminded, Sir, this is my own drink, drink it slowly. Is to remind my husband that since it is his own drink, even if he finds himself a pot, it does not take the slightest advantage. Only drinking other people's drinks, drinking more and less, drinking fast and slow, is knowledge. But the real reason, whether it is Mr. or Chen Pingan himself, is not suitable for drinking too much and too fast at the moment. The old scholar is very worried. Chen Pingan suddenly whispered, Aunt Feng, there seems to be 100 daisies and hundreds of flowers. The old scholar patted his thigh. Before you leave Aquarius Island, you must be alone with Senior Aunt Feng. Chen Pingan nodded. Go with Mr. The old scholar continued. Although it is extremely difficult to be in harmony, this is true, Shemo, including Xiao Mo, needs to sleep well, and it is not false, but those old thrones, is it possible that the qualifications of cultivation, which one will be worse? Chen Pingan nodded, trusting the first disciple of the great ancestor of Yuashan, the culprit's monastic aptitude, is very good. The innate advantage of the monster's real body toughness also brings an acquired advantage. There is a threshold between the two, which is whether or not they can practice. Demon race mountaineering practice, getting started is far more difficult than human race, but once the refining is successful, the lifespan of the monster monk will be much longer than that of the human race at the same realm. Is like a kind of compensation in the dark. Xiao Mo put down his wine glass and said softly, "It's Bai Zhe." The old scholar nodded and sighed, "Right, it's because of the existence of Brother Bai. Bai Zhe has all the real names of the monks of the world monster race. This is Bai Zhe's life and magical powers. There is no need to tell from the other party. As long as the refining is successful and the real name is available, it will be recorded on Bai Zhe's side." The old scholar glanced at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo laughed and said, "I can't fight and fight, and I can't grab it. I have long accepted my fate. Not only me, but all the monks of the same generation who chose to sleep and recuperate back then were the same." Actually, Xiao Mo and Bai Zhe not only fought, but also too. Once felt that Bai Zhe didn't seem to be able to fight. One time, I learned that Bai Zhe was actually preparing to help that little master, casting a great tripod on the top of Howran Mountain, and engraving countless real names of monsters. So Xiao Mo had that trip to the bright moon. The old scholar broke the secret. In fact, Bai Zhe is embarrassed by himself. The real name is not something he can do if he wants to return it to someone. This is probably the only thing that Bai Zhe is on the path of spiritual practice that can be called a great deal of freedom. This means that Howran is as embarrassed as Zhongtu Confucian Temple. If Bai Zhe died, the ascendant great demon in the wild world is like losing a pass. The original Bai's existence is like all the ascended great demon in the world. An insurmountable moat needs to be recognized by some kind of great road. Among the 14 realms. Once Bai Zhe died and disappeared, it was like losing some kind of road restriction. If Bai Zhe did not die, the two worlds would attack each other, and the war would be fierce, and the wilder monster clan would suffer more casualties, and Bai Zhe's realm would be infinitely close to the 15th realm. Bai Zhe's combat power would become an unprecedented the 14 realms of the Comer. Simply put, Bai Zhe will be so powerful that he can be regarded as Chen Qingdu, who is not bound by the great wall of sword qi. The old scholar turned his head and looked at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, the world is no better than your hometown. Now the world is not tens of thousands of years ago. You may be a little uncomfortable at first to let you follow the customs, but I believe I will become more and more familiar in the future. Relax. Xiao Mo nodded and said, "Now I have just arrived in Howran, and I have not seen many people. I may not believe in the world after 10,000 years. It will definitely be much better than before 10,000 years, but I am willing to believe in the sun and the sage." The old scholar is very pleased. Xiao Mo brother is so reasonable, it is a pity not to go to Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingan drank wine slowly. On the capital side, in addition to that personal grievance, Guan Iran should be invited to drink. And in the same year as Chao Qingqing's imperial examination, the young official of the Honghe Temple named Xuanxiu went to the bookstore together. Maybe to go to Su Gaoshan's residence in the capital. It's not necessary to meet someone to say what to do. Then say goodbye to her husband, and then take Ning Yao, Pei Qian and Chao Qingqing all the way south, returning to Luopa Mountain, and going to Yang's shop by himself. Listening to Xiao Mili, Zhang Shanfeng saw that he was not on the mountain, so he went to Su Yuanxia first, and said he would wait for himself over there. So before going to Tonggishao, Chen Pingan went directly to Xianyu County, Qingyuan County to drink. On the side of Luopa Mountain, the old Jinsho Yue was still waiting for him on the mountain, because Yue would choose the sword embryo and accept it as his disciple. According to Xiaomi Li's statement, this matter is a bit frowning. Chen Pingan doesn't feel any loss. The 9 sword fairy embryos can finally leave a few to practice in Luopa Mountain and follow the fate. After that, the site was selected and the sect was established in Tonggishao. The group of people just happened to be able to take the fairy wind kites sent by the mysterious dynasty, travel across the continent, and by the way, investigate a relatively stable business route for the fairy. When he arrived at Tonggishao, Chen Pingan had to go to the Daquan dynasty first to see old General Yao. Waiting for the next incident, I originally planned to call on Lu Jinglong to travel the Middle-earth God continent together. Now because of the fall, Chen Pingan will definitely be delayed for some time. Chen Pingan will also start a true retreat as a monk in addition to refining his life. He will learn what he has learned, cast a furnace, and strive to re-enter the Jade Realm. And then go to Taihui Jianzong to find Lu Jinglong. In fact, there are so many things big and small. But it will not make people embarrassed. The table at the gate of Luopa Mountain, after Lao Xiuzai and Jing Juzhong left. The big white goose, the boy in Tsing Yi, the girl in black, look at me and I look at you. Chen Lingjun is not a fool. Seeing how polite Mr. Wenxing was with that person earlier, he knew immediately that he might have been bullying him again. Chen Lingjun pulled his head, a little sick, unable to lift his spirits, and asked, why before leaving, the man would put up a strange saying that teaches people to be ignorant, saying that his master has climbed high. Xiaomi Li grinned, it is Mr. Zheng who is talking kindly to Jing Qing. Alas, Jing Qing is still not very good at cerebellar core. I always wanted to recommend Jing Qing to enter a certain Jianghu school, which is the very hidden and extremely high threshold bamboo house. Has been mentioned twice before, Nwanchu's sister always refused to agree, and Pei Qian's attitude was ambiguous, so she had to drag it all the time. Chen Lingjun and Cui Dongshan asked in their hearts, who is that person? You must know the identity of the other person. Tell me about it, so as not to scare the millet grains. Cui Dongshan was a little absent-minded and waved his hand, don't know, you just need to know his surname Zhang. Old talents are still very good. Only he can let Bai Zai first, and then let Jing Juzhong change his mind. Sell him face. But Cui Dongshan is not happy in his heart. Chen Lingjun raised a sleeve, wiped the tabletop, and said aggrieved, is there any use for knowing the surname Zheng? It must not be Jing Juzhong. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. Chen Lingjun is also too lazy to think about it. Anyway, it's a thing of the past. He smiled and said, Brother Cui, what do you think? Cui Dongshan said, I am thinking about the name of the next sect. Chen Lingjun patted the table lightly, unfortunately, naming things, the master is best at it, why do you join in the fun, when you are the next sect master? Cui Dongshan nodded solemnly and said, I am. Chen Lingjun laughed and said, Millet, do you think this joke is funny? Millet Grains scratched his face and did not speak. Cui Dongshan suddenly feels very good. The husband has gone through the barren world and done so many things. Will become different, very different. Although the fall is severe, it does not matter. It's only the realm that has fallen, but Dao Axian has skyrocketed. Cui Dongshan does not need to go to Dali capital to see Mr., and he can imagine what the situation is now. Previous Mr. You can try it. Sir now. You talk to me well, you're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.